I met Cyrus about a month back. Track season was just starting, and when we practiced, he would sit in the stands and watch. Sometimes I saw him reading, but he always had his headphones in. It wasn't uncommon for kids to sit and watch practice. Most of them were paying more attention to each other than to us. I only noticed Cyrus more than the others because I never saw him in class. He was clearly our age, and it wasn't a big school, so I wasn't suspicious. It was just curious to me. One day, when practice was over, I happened to be walking the same direction he was on my way home. We caught each other's glance and started a conversation. Or rather, I did. "Hey man, I'm John. I see you at the track all the time, but I guess we've never had a class together." "Oh, I don't go here. I'm Cyrus. I'm homeschooled, but I get bored, so my parents let me hang out at the track after school. So far, nobody has said anything, so I didn't think it was a problem." "I don't think it's a problem. Just wanted to say what's up. See if you maybe wanted to join the team." Thanks. I just like hanging out, really." "That's all good. You walk down Kirkland to get home, 'cause then we can walk together for a while." "Sure." Our first conversation mostly continued like that. I was talking, and he was responding with as little effort as possible. The next day, however, he was waiting for me so we could talk. That continued for as long as track season continued. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We told each other about our families. We talked about hockey and soccer. I told him about this girl I had a crush on, and he told me about his girlfriend he met at church. Every day we walked and talked until we got to Prospect Park, and then we'd go our separate ways. He never wanted to come to my house to hang out after. He never invited me anywhere else. He never played video games or went to the movies. I figured maybe his family was on hard times. Maybe he was embarrassed about his house, and he didn't have the money to do the stuff I usually take for granted. As I thought about it, I realized he wore the same clothes all the time. A black hoodie, black jeans, and some torn up Converse. For our school, that was common because we wore uniforms, but there isn't a reason for a homeschool kid to do that. I started to feel bad for him. After track season was over, he'd still wait for me after school, and we'd walk and talk. My friends asked about him, but he never hung out if I invited him to join the whole group. It was fine with me, I guess. My friends are kind of immature and shallow. Cyrus was hyper-intelligent and seemed wise for our age. One day, I was talking to him about my crush for the third day in a row when the conversation took an interesting turn. I was pretty sure Liz wanted to go with me to prom, but then today Susan told me that Liz was going to say yes to Zach Klein. Then Susan told me Liz really liked Zach, and she wouldn't want to go with anybody else. I can't stop thinking about it, man. I didn't even know they knew each other. I probably won't go now. Aren't some of your friends going without dates in a big group? You should go with them. It isn't about not having people to go with. It's about not going with Liz. More than that, having to see how that chode Zach Klein. I can't believe this. Cyrus stayed quiet for a while, and then he stopped walking. I might be able to help you out. Don't say you're going to give me a makeover. Do you trust me? Sure. We're pretty good friends now. So, even if I told you something crazy, you're gonna laugh at first crazy, you'd at least consider it to help your problem? Whoa boy, I'll consider almost anything at this point. Are we gonna Freaky Friday this bad boy? You're a looker for sure, but I'm not sure you're so much better looking than me that she'd immediately say yes. Kinda presumptuous on your part. Cyrus got frustrated. Forget it, man. Let's keep walking. Sorry, I'll stop. Tell me what you were gonna say. I have a powder. Dude, I'm not slipping anything into anybody's drink. That's messed up. No, goddammit. It's a powder you take. You just need a picture of Liz. You take the drug before bed. You stare at her picture until you fall asleep. Then you'll have a dream about her. An amazing dream where she's in love with you and happy. Then you'll wake up and it'll come true. Come on. I thought you actually had a plan. I'm serious. 100% serious. I could see it in his eyes that he was serious about something, but people can be serious about making you look like an idiot. Dude, that's absolutely nuts. You're gonna give me a sleeping pill and then laugh at me tomorrow after school when I show up and Liz is still in love with that super chode Zach Klein. Look, it's your loss. My dad is into some really weird stuff. I know what it sounds like, but I've seen it work. Something about manifesting deep desires from your soul into the physical world. You wonder why I never invite you over? It's because every time my dad talks to my friends, they never come back. But I know he isn't just a liar or a crazy person. The things he makes, they work. You would just have to trust me. Jesus. Okay. I'll mix your magical mystery powder into my water, but if something happens to me, I'm gonna haunt your ass from the beyond. I can assure you that will not be a problem. I'm gonna go home and get it from my dad, and I'll meet you right back here. I can't just... No, just wait here, okay? My dad will be mad if he knows I gave it to a kid. Young love is a powerful thing, I guess. I'd done pop before with my friends and liked it, but this felt like really taking things to the next level. With that in mind, it also sounds way too ridiculous to be true, so I didn't really see the harm. Cyrus was my friend. Even if it was an elaborate prank, we'd still get some laughs out of it later. I waited at the park for a half an hour, and then he came back. He repeated the instructions and told me to talk to Liz tomorrow, and I'd see he wasn't lying. I smiled the whole time I took the bag. It looked like Nesquik, so I figured that's what it was. I walked home and went about my usual business until bedtime. I mixed the powder into some water, pulled up a picture of me and Liz from a birthday dinner last month, and got to drinking. I did not drink Nesquik. The powder tasted like what I imagined the earth tastes like. There's some dirt in there for sure, but I tasted and smelled other stuff too. I would have stopped drinking, but I was already halfway through. Might as well just dive in there. When I was finished, I laughed. Cyrus, that old so-and-so, had just got me to drink a handful of some kind of soil by using my teenage desire against me. It was pretty funny. Until it wasn't. It only took about a minute for the room to start to spin. I had no choice but to lay down. I dropped the cup onto the floor and just managed to grab the picture of Liz, and I looked at it before I passed out. Then, the dream started. Wonderful, vivid dreams. Liz and I kissing under waterfalls and sleeping under the stars. Dreams of admiring her banter at work parties and meeting my parents, cuddled up together in front of a fire. It felt like I lived a lifetime with her. I was overwhelmed with bliss. I didn't want to wake up. I didn't want to leave her. But I did. My alarm went off to get up and ready for school, and I had tears in my eyes. I got up as fast as humanly possible and practically ran to school. I sat by my locker. Liz's locker was in the same hall, and I waited with gargantuan anticipation. When she turned the corner, I nearly fainted. She walked right up to me and put a bag on the ground. "We need to talk," she said, leaning closer. I don't know what I was thinking. I can't believe I said I'd go with Zach to prom, even after Susan told me you were going to ask me. God damn it, Susan. No, it's okay. It's not okay. I don't know what I would have done if you went with someone else and I had to see you there. I would have been stuck with that chode, while I could have been with you the whole time. John, I know you love me. I've known for a while, and I love you too. Of course I do. I just never realized how much. Do you want to go to prom with me? Holy crap, Cyrus did it. He gave me the greatest gift a friend could give, and I laughed at him when he told me. Liz just said she loved me. She asked me to prom. She called Zach Klein a chode, which he was, but still, it was nice to hear. The rest of the day was a blur. Every second we weren't in class, Liz and I were together. We held hands, we made out behind the Fine Arts building, we ate lunch without our friends. She was filling up all my senses, but I couldn't wait to see Cyrus. I owed all of this to him. After Liz's parents had picked her up from school, I ran to the track to meet up with him, but he wasn't there. I waited for about 30 minutes before I decided I needed to get home. I ran home. I blasted songs about brown-eyed girls and lifelong love. I fell asleep after being on the phone with Liz for hours. I woke up in the morning fully clothed. I didn't remember falling asleep, but I also didn't remember putting on these particular clothes. I didn't usually wear black, but especially not all black, and I didn't even own a pair of Converse, but there were some on my feet. My room was different. None of my stuff was on the walls. It looked like a spare room. I couldn't find my phone. I couldn't find my wallet or my keys. I started to get scared. I ran downstairs to ask my mom what happened, but she wasn't there. I searched frantically, but nobody was home. And then I started to notice some stuff. All of the pictures of me were gone. From the wall, from the fridge, from the mantel over the fire. I started looking closer. And then I saw it. I wasn't in any of the family photos either. Just my parents and my 2 siblings. There they were on the trip we took to Puerto Penasco. There they were at the Grand Canyon and at my grandparents' house in Santa Fe. But I wasn't in any of the pictures where I should have been. And in my place was Cyrus. My heart was leaping from my chest. My stomach was in a knot, sinking down inside of my body. Full-bodied, swelling fear raced at every inch of my being and swept my senses. I threw up, I fainted, I woke up and panicked all over again. Then I started to run. I had to get to the park. I had to get to Cyrus. When I got to the park, Cyrus was there. This is the first time I'd seen him outside of that hoodie. He was in an Iron Maiden t-shirt and blue jeans. He was wearing a pair of Vans and a backwards black snapback. He didn't look at me. What the hell is going on, dude? I'm freaking out. My room is gone. I'm not in any pictures. I can't find my phone. You gotta help me. I'm going to try to help you, but you have to listen to me. Let's go, dude. I'm freaking out. First, I want to say that I'm really sorry. Don't be, just help me get my stuff. You need to listen. You aren't listening. The best possible thing for you to do right now is accept that your old life is gone. It doesn't belong to you anymore. My legs felt like they were going to give out from under me. What are you? Listen. His voice was loud. It almost didn't sound human. I was once just like you. I loved someone who never loved me back. I was desperate and sad. Felt like my life wouldn't continue without her. Then one day, after school, I met a kid named Rory. I was gasping for air. I tried to pull off the hoodie, but it was stuck on my body somehow. I was pacing back and forth, trying not to vomit again. We became close friends, and after a couple of months, he offered me a solution to my problem. It sounded ridiculous, but I was desperate, and so I went along with what he asked. The next day was the best day of my life. Don't do this, Cyrus. I swear to God I'll kill you right where you stand. You won't. You can't. That's part of the rules I'm about to lay out for you. You can never have your old life back. Never. But you can have someone else's life. All you have to do is get them to drink the powder in your pocket. Damn you piece of... I trusted you. You can't force them to do it, and you can't threaten them into doing it. They have to do it by their own will. I lunged at him, but I went right through him like I was made of vapor. You have to go to another time. Only then will you manifest again physically. Nobody can hear or see you here. If you ever come back, you'll disappear again. Why? Why did you do this to me? Why not somebody else? We're friends. We are friends, which is why you trusted me. You'll have to befriend someone too. You'll have to feed off of their loneliness and desperation. You'll have to earn someone's trust and betray them like I've done. Until then, this is who or what you are. Those are your clothes. You don't have a home, nor are you allowed to have one. If you try to have one, you'll disappear. If it makes it any better, John, I'm really sorry. I just couldn't be alone anymore. Good luck, and I'll never forget you, friend. Cyrus walked away while I was screaming. That was about an hour ago. Since then, I've started walking. I don't know where or why, but nobody on the street sees or talks to me. I wanted to go to Liz, but I can't bear the thought of being erased from her mind. Hopefully, I'll find my way back to some kind of life. Wish me luck.
I lived in Adams, Tennessee growing up, from about the ages of 14 to 18. A couple of weeks after my family and I moved there, something unexpected happened. I was mowing on my dad's tractor with a big 8-foot wide back-end mower. I was going down a hill when my horizon line violently was thrown around as the tractor tires hit something. I disengaged the mower, pulled the tractor around at the base of hill that I had just gone down. My blood went cold as I looked up through the swath I had just cut, like a buzzer going down the middle of someone's head making a lane for the grass. In that lane were 4 Native American burial sites. My parents started reaching out to anyone who might be able to help us identify the graves. Anthropologists, historians, accredited people, etc. Those people unanimously agreed that these 4 graves were from the Trail of Tears. They corroborated this from what I remember because of how the graves were laid, very, very shallow, with a giant slab of stone where a gravestone would normally be. The fact that they were interned on a hillside to keep the water from sinking in and raising the bodies since they had to bury them so quickly, and many other reasons. I consider myself a very logically driven and rationally minded person. Basically, I let my empirical senses try to explain something before I'll open myself to other possibilities. Yet, there were things that happened to me and my whole family that we weren't able to rationalize with the scientific mindset, or with anything logical. Event 1 occurred when the activity in our house started shortly after the mowing incident. We heard heavy knocking and pounding on the brick outer wall of the house encircling the house. No matter where you were in the house, you could hear that sound. Some nights I would hear running footsteps accompanying the pounding. This activity happened nearly every single night. As the nights passed, I started feeling a heavy presence in my room. A suffocating one, like a heavy weight sitting on my solar plexus constantly. Whatever was happening decided to latch onto my sister and I. She reported tightness in her chest too, and would wake up violently screaming from scratch marks and pieces of her hair that had been pulled out. The scratches started happening to me as well. Event 2 is that things continued to escalate. One night I was letting my golden retriever go out to use the bathroom. We had a ranch-style house overlooking the Red River. The door we were exiting was on the back side of the house facing the water. As I open the door, I start hearing faint whispering, something akin to leaves being blown or scratching across the ground. I looked up at the trees to see if the wind was blowing, but everything was perfectly still. It was fall in Tennessee, so there were tons of leaves on the ground, and they were not moving either. The scratchy/blowing leaf noise continued, but as it continued, it grew closer and louder. It sounded like a language of some sort, like how you'd imagine an incantation or something nefarious in the tone of the sound. I looked down at my golden retriever. All of the hair on her back was standing up, and she was snarling like a rabid wolf, yet not barking, just kind of frozen in some sort of fear response. I started getting extremely nauseous and could smell sulfur. I was completely frozen when my dog launched herself through the door's threshold and started gnashing her teeth mid-air while snarling and chomping. The voices were now coming from directly in front of me. I could hear them as if someone were standing there just a foot or two away. I grab my dog and pull her quickly inside, slamming the door and throwing the deadbolt into place. The door and frame shook violently as a vicious pounding started hammering on the threshold. I ran with my dog to the middle of the house, flipping on every light along the way. We sat there alone all night until the sun came up. My parents were out of town supporting my sister in a competition. Ginger, my golden retriever, laid across my lap the entire night, pressing into me while she whimpered for hours. All I could do was pet her and try to calm her down, which was also helping me. This was impossible, though, completely. The entire night until sunrise, the back door was thumping. Event 3 happened when I was coming home from football practice. I had all my gear in a gym bag over my left shoulder. This is important because of how I entered the house. As I closed the front door behind me, I began sitting down the gear bag from my left side, which caused me to look right. The room when you first walked in was our quote-unquote library, where we had a leather couch, chair, piano, bookshelves, and a wooden rocking chair. There was something sitting in the rocking chair. My peripheral vision caught it first, the chair just going back and forth. As my vision centered on the chair, there was a humanoid-looking shape, head glancing downward at the book that it was holding. It had long black hair drawn down over its head and completely void of light. To picture what I saw, imagine the silhouette of a person in 3D form. The light coming in and around the edges of it seemed to be eaten up by the presence or void, as if the light spilled over the contour edges of the humanoid shape, like how black holes are visualized, almost exactly. It felt like I had jumped off of a bridge into ice-cold water. I blasted myself backward against the door, screaming, and fell down. As I was falling, I saw the void blur suddenly as it shot across the walls of the house and out through a huge bay window overlooking the river. My golden retriever was in the next room, and she came running to chase the shadow across the walls, barking and clawing at the plaster. After it left through the window, my dog came to see me and laid on my lap until my parents got home. Event 4 occurred while I was fishing with my cousin Jack on the river by our house. We were right on the bend of the river, so the moon would be shining through on both sides, racing out at 2 lines like a 90-degree angle from the house. Super beautiful when you aren't on edge. The reason I bring this up is because there was a lot of light on the river that evening. Jack was about 10 or so at the time. He reaches up and taps me and says, "Does that lady need help?" I looked to where he was pointing, and there was a pale woman dressed in white clothes going back and forth picking up stones just to the left of us across the river. I had seen her many times before around the property, and whenever I would get close, she would disappear behind a tree or something. Knowing this, I told Jack as calmly as I could that it was time for dinner and that he needed to go up to my mom immediately. When I walked him up and made sure that he was on his way, I looked back and she was gone, but I could hear a splashing sound in the water below. When Event 5 occurred, it was myself, my dad, his friends, and some other family members who were staked out along the river bend on the gravel bar beneath the rise to our house. As usual, nothing out of the ordinary happened at first. It was July 4th, and we were actually having a really good time for a change. We were all spread out about 15 yards away from each other. Each man had a low-end gas Coleman lantern. As the sun was setting, my dad looked over at me like something was bothering him. He told me later that he felt as if someone had just thrown a bucket of ice water over him before it began. The sun had just gone down when this happened. In unison, all the lanterns were cranked up full blast, then just as quickly became barely aflame, and then the flames roared to life again, down to barely a flame, roared to life, and then they went completely out. Right as the flames went out, we heard the most God-forsaken scream by some woman across the river. Whatever it was kept on screaming despite our best attempts to call out to help. As her scream reached a crescendo, it sounded like what I could only imagine as a person's throat being cut interrupted her. The sound of a dead weight fall of a human body tumbled down the hillside across from us and splashed violently into the water. At this point, all the guys had their flashlights out. That's when something started swimming and splashing around in the water on both sides of the river bend. The splashing receded toward the opposite gravel bar, and whatever it was got out and started pacing back and forth across the rocks there. We were pointing all of our flashlights to where the sound was coming from, but we couldn't identify where it was originating. It's safe to say we were all running up the hill at this point. We all went inside the house, locked the doors, then gathered in the central living room. Nobody wanted to leave for fear of what might be out there. We stayed up all that night because the wall pounding was more violent than it had ever been. Bam, 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 all night like the ticking of some demonic clock. I didn't sleep for 2 days after this event. Event 6 came in the form of lost time. I was walking through the woods near the Bell Witch Cave. One moment it was completely sunny, blue skies, and about mid-afternoon. The next moment it was overcast and looked like it was maybe 4 p.m. I still have no idea what happened there. Event 7 was night terrors. Torture dreams, being held down and brutally drawn and quartered. Dreams of walking through the house and the void person placing their hand on my chest and pushing through my solar plexus, body violently shaking in the dream as if I were having a seizure. Event 8 happened as I visited the Bell House plantation marker in a tobacco field adjacent to my family's property. I brought friends to try and prove that something crazy was happening to my family. The rite of passage in the area is to go to the stone marker where the paranormal events happened hundreds of years ago, then dance on the stones saying, "I don't believe in the Bell Witch." I got them to promise they wouldn't do that while we went. Of course, the moment when we got there, one guy who doubted the legends in a massive way jumps up onto the stone marker and starts screaming, "I don't believe in the Bell Witch," as loud as he could. I got so upset at him. I'm the only one that knows the way back, so I said, "Come on guys, we're leaving." In this area it's known as the Tennessee River Valley, so there's tons of flowing water, etc. around these tobacco fields. The reason this is important is because of what happened next. We're making good time walking back across this crop field, hundreds of yards long. A mist starts rolling in from the river bends and begins to saturate the field. The temperature drops easily 25 degrees or so, and we start to see our breath. I begin to smell sulfur in the breeze. As the mist became a fog, it began. I started hearing this wheezy and deeply cavernous sounding breath all around us, like being inside a cave that was breathing. Out of nowhere, we started hearing these giant blasting sounds, and I realized something was walking on the chopped tobacco stalks. Side note, when they harvest tobacco, they use a machete and cut down at a 45-degree angle, leaving about 3.5 feet of brittle stalk poking out of the ground. When you step on said stalks, they disintegrate in a very loud way as they burst apart. This starts happening all around us, like an army of native spirits running around us like a bandwagon battle. The blasts were coming from every single direction in the fog. That's when I hear it. The deep cavernous noise turns into this giant sniffing sound, like some Lovecraftian beast smelling its prey just out of sight. At this point I yell "run" in pure panic mode. We take off across the field, trying not to trip and be skewered on the stalks. As we were exiting the field and our feet hit the gravel road, my lower center part of my back suddenly explodes in agony. I look down, and there's a massive rock lying at my feet, and I realized that I had just been assaulted. By the time I got to my house and examined my back in a mirror, the bruise was about the size of a basketball and was already turning black. And now for event 9. I woke up outside at about 3 in the morning. I was lying next to the 4 gravestones on the property. The night was awfully cold, but when I woke up, I was soaked in sweat. My mom had always told me that I was gifted. I could always feel energies. I had dreams of things that would come to happen. I wouldn't say I'm a medium or anything like that. I've never communicated with spirits. More so, I'd say I attract them. We hopped apartments a lot when I was younger, and no matter where we went, an entity would immediately find me. I'd have recurring nightmares, see figures be scratched, etc. You could say spirits liked to pick on me. Another random fact that will come into play later: I had bright blue eyes like my mother. We moved into this apartment, and things immediately went very, very poorly. I had a dream that only lasted seconds. I was in a bright white room, and there was this beast on the ceiling, and it looked into my eyes and roared. It was so incredibly loud. I woke up, and my mom and her boyfriend at the time had rushed to my aid because they heard me let out a scream that sounded like a deep, full-grown man's scream, not a prepubescent boy's. My eyes turned hazel with brown splotches and have been that way ever since. I was terrified. We moved me into my big brother's room. That night, I felt a presence, opened my eyes, and I saw a shadowy figure reach out and try to grab me. I sprinted out of the room and slept next to my mom or on the couch in the living room from then on, but I always felt watched from the hallway leading to my bedroom. Another thing that happened was when I was laying in bed with my mom and her boyfriend, she looked up and saw a little girl in a petticoat standing in the hallway. He saw it too. I was asleep and only knew this because they told me years later. Anyhow, everyone was being terrorized for months, and eventually we had enough. We hired someone to come in, and she immediately detected a demonic presence. She had informed us that the building used to be a medical waste facility. They'd dispose of and store blood in the basement. That sort of thing. My mom has told me since that she was able to confirm this detail, but to be truthful, I never asked how. Thinking about and speaking about this incident brings me terrible feelings. Anyhow, she blessed the place, and it didn't really do anything. We tried writing scripture on the walls and this sort of highlighter stuff that you could only see in UV light. We put up some crosses, that sort of thing. It only served to make whatever it was angrier. We eventually moved out, and my mom spoke clearly as we left. "We're leaving. You are not allowed to follow us." I've never had another experience with a spirit. A friend of mine who says that she is a medium, I'm not sure what I believe about this sort of thing, told me that maybe God, maybe a spirit, maybe myself, walled myself off spiritually from my gift. I think that maybe it was the same spirit tormenting me my entire life up until that point. When I think about this, tears immediately begin pouring from my eyes. I'm 20 now, and this was easily one of the most turbulent times of my life. I grew up in a haunted house, rather a haunted neighborhood. It's an old Air Force base that has since been recommissioned for college students and families that go to school on the outskirts of town. Growing up there, I have experienced many strange things, most of which I cannot explain besides it being paranormal. Even though I know a good bit about the paranormal or the occult, some of these entities proved out of my knowledge base. I've seen my little sister's double, seen multiple shadows in the house with a friend present, had things move around, knocks on doors when no one else was home or asleep, footsteps up and down the hallway, conversations that would mute when you got close to them, and so many other occurrences. However, one of the creepiest ones always happened at the main bathroom. It had a small hallway branching from the main hallway. It wasn't very long, but I never felt safe there. During the night, even as a growing adult, I would run as fast as I could because I feared what was behind me. I slowly stopped doing so because I realized that whatever it was got some kind of sick pleasure from it. It slowly started to not feel like there was a presence nearby as much, but was still there. One evening, as I'm taking a shower getting ready for bed, I hear a knock, but not from the door. It came from the medicine cabinet, so being the curious person that I am, I peeled back the shower curtain to see some of the fog having been wiped off of the mirror. I started to take a closer look when I saw a black, slanted eye with no skin around it start to peek its way into my line of sight. I quickly hopped back into the shower and sat there back against the wall, not knowing what to do. I eventually turned the shower off and hauled ass out of there, still dripping wet. The next time I saw this thing, I was walking down the hall after getting home from school, and I'm the only one home. So I start to do what male teenagers do when no one was around. I hear some scuffling like dogs running around, and a door open. I ready myself for someone to be home, and as I walk out of my bedroom door, I hear a, "Hey," but muted and not a voice that I knew. So I start making my way toward the front door with my back to the wall, as I felt I might need to dash back to my room for safety. My mistake here was that I was facing the hallway that leads to the bathroom. I move over bit by bit, and I hear another voice, one that seems to be coming from the living room, so I take another step. Then I see something in the corner of my eye, like a hand pulling back from a corner. I couldn't make it out at the time, but it didn't freak me out enough until I got into full view of the hallway with this thing standing there in a grotesque way. Black slanted eyes, no skin anywhere, black claws, and smelled something awful, more of rotting meat than rotting eggs. I froze for a second before I saw it flinch, a little like it was coming for me, and I dashed back to my room, slamming the door behind me, only to get 3 knocks every few seconds. I don't remember what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "I'm not going to be afraid of you. You can't get past this door." And then it stopped. I waited there until someone got home, to which I went outside for the rest of the day, making sure I didn't have to use the restroom at night for any reason. A few months go by, and I'm still uncomfortable with this bathroom and the hallway, but not as much has happened since, so my guard starts to slip. One night, I believe it was a Friday night, I was taking a late night shower. Everything was going as normal, wash my hair, face, body, when suddenly the lights go out. There was a storm going on in town, and we were getting the weak part of it, so I didn't really think anything about the lights. I stepped out to turn on the lights and see if the house actually had power. Sure enough, the house did have power, but the bathroom wasn't turning on, yet the exhaust fan was still on. That's when I started to get really worried and turned the lights on one more time, and with no avail, and decided to keep my shower going in the dark. As I got back into the shower, I could feel something breathing on me, on the back of my neck, my shoulders. I felt a few brushes of what I hoped was just my towel and not something else. As I'm getting out of the shower, I'm drying my hair off, and the lights come back on. Awesome, I'm thinking as I start to dry my face. When I pull the towel off, I look up and the mirror once again doesn't have fog, but the whole lot of it, not just one part. I looked up a little more and just saw the thing there, right behind me, making a smile of sorts, but its mouth was sewn shut, or so it appeared. I stood there for about 5 seconds, unable to move, before slowly feeling its claw on my shoulder close to my neck. Suddenly I became unparalyzed and again left the bathroom dripping wet, running to my bedroom door. I slam it shut, shaken and trying to gather my nerves. I hear a deep, yet simultaneously high-pitched sort of laughter, and then I heard the bathroom door close. I went to bed that night with the lights on, all the while hearing more footsteps than usual in the hallway. I've seen the thing twice more, but thankfully those experiences were nowhere near as scary as the one mentioned above, since I've learned to deal with it and how to protect myself. I haven't heard much of skinless humanoids, so this is one thing that has always stuck with me. My wife and I were camping last night in Blue River Reservoir in Oregon. We camp here often and decided to explore up FSR 520 and found a cool, abandoned bridge far back in the woods over Cook Creek. The spot was beautiful and we were set up over the river on this long, abandoned bridge. If you've ever been in the Oregon woods, you know that they can give off a creepy vibe, and this was no exception, but it really was a dream campsite. Being 40 feet directly over a river while on a bridge with limbs growing everywhere over it isn't your everyday spot. I'll throw in for background that there was no one within at least 3 miles of us, and we had to hike our way in, approximately 1/10 of a mile from where we had parked. We explored around the area for a bit, and didn't come across anything out of the ordinary besides a pair of shoes and a name, Mona, written in ash on a rock of the fire ring. While we were sitting by the fire, I noticed a very bright flash of light over the river and snapped my head up, but didn't see anything. A few moments later, I was paying closer attention and watched a ball of light float, even with the bridge 40 feet in the air, from one side to the other in the woods over 50 feet. The light was very blue. My thought at first had been somehow that headlights had come through, but I would have heard a car and no man-made light could get to us in this isolated area. This blue light was unlike anything I had ever seen. I mentioned it to my wife, but didn't want to freak her out, so I dropped the subject soon after. Later that night in the tent, we had the mesh lining up where we could see outside. My wife gasped and watched as the same blue light floated at the end of the bridge 30 feet away and hovered in the air. After a good bit of time, it shot off into the woods. It being late at night, we were obviously scared of someone's headlamp, but it shot away 40 times as quickly as any human could go, and we saw nothing attached. Our dog left the tent and stared at that exact spot for the next 10+ minutes, while also peeking down the side of the bridge very seriously. At the time when this happened, I was around 12 years old, living with my mom in a run-down apartment complex. The building we lived in was the smallest of the 3 in the complex, and it was shaped like an L, with our apartment being closest to the inside corner on the shorter side of the L. To our right was one other apartment with another single mother and her son, who was much younger than me. Below us was a family with 2 kids that I was friends with, and the apartment above us was empty. It wasn't the nicest area, so after dark we kept our windows and doors closed and locked. The reason I'm going into such detail is so that you can understand why I believe that this voice didn't come from anywhere other than in our apartment. We were up late one night. It was around 11 p.m., and my mom was looking at something on her computer. She and I would typically stay up late hanging out together, so this was completely usual behavior. The computer was tucked into one corner of our quote-unquote dining room, basically just a patch of linoleum off from the kitchen, and our living room was to our backs. We didn't have the TV on, nor did we have any other lights on other than the one in the dining room itself. I can't remember what we were looking at, but I do recall this sudden feeling that we were being watched. Many things that I attribute to unexplained paranormal activity happened while we were living here, so the feeling of being watched was incredibly uncomfortable, but not anything out of the ordinary. As I was beginning to shift in my seat to turn and look around, we both heard a sinister male voice say, "Meow." Conversation level, neither a whisper nor a yell, drawn out in an exaggerated, almost lilting tone, as if it were mocking us. I would say it took around 2 to 3 seconds for this voice to finish, and in that time I was able to feel every hair on my entire body stand on end. We immediately spun around, me nearly falling out of my chair to the floor, both of us nearly hyperventilating in absolute terror. My mom said something about, "If you aren't good, get the fuck out," or something to that effect. I'm honestly not sure how I slept that night, or any of the other nights we were there for, but we never heard anything like that again. Last night, my boyfriend went into the room next to our bedroom to play video games while I watched Parks and Rec on my phone on low volume in bed. After an hour or so, he ran in and asked, "Is everything okay?" I stared blankly at him. "Yeah? Why?" He then said he'd heard someone wailing, loudly, and that it sounded like my voice. It couldn't have been Parks and Rec, because I wasn't watching an episode with any sound in it like that, not to mention that the volume was too low to be heard in the other room. It couldn't have been me because I was just chilling. Additionally, I had not heard any wailing sound at all. He said he'd heard it through his gaming headphones a couple of times, wasn't quite sure what it was, took them off, heard it a third time clearly, and then came to check on me. This is strange because a few nights before, I was feeling incredibly ill with severe chills to the point where I couldn't leave the blankets to get more blankets. I was calling for help, and he heard nothing through his headphones. They're pretty good at canceling outside noise, plus he plays the game music at high volume. So who was the wailing woman? I have a story from about 2 years ago that really captivates me to this day. When I've told this story to close friends, they tell me it's straight out of a movie. I can't really disagree with that. This starts when I finished my first year of college in the Bay Area. I worked my ass off in school and I just wanted to have a wild summer, and I would do anything I could to get out of the house. My cousin was and is my best friend, and we basically did anything and everything together. When there wasn't anything to do, we'd take walks together around my rural neighborhood. I always lived near this old hospital, which used to operate as the biggest trauma unit in my area. Sometime when I was in high school, they shut the hospital down for some reason that I still don't know. It basically just sat there rotting for a few years before we found it. One day we were drinking a cold one and taking one of our routine walks and ventured away from our usual route through this peaceful, random field. We stumbled across this huge parking lot after making it out of the field, but it didn't hit me that this was the old hospital's parking lot that we had found. We made our way through the lot until we saw this massive building standing on the outside. The deteriorated banner said emergency room. And this was when we knew we had struck gold and stumbled across a back route to this abandoned hospital. We knew of this place, but we had never been here. We hadn't heard any weird, outlandish urban legends, nor had anyone that we knew been here before us. We pushed forward and checked out the perimeter. To our surprise, the first door we walked up to had a rock jammed in between the door frames so that we could just waltz right in. This was when it occurred to us that it could be a potentially bad idea if we got caught, and we could suffer some consequences. We agreed we would be quiet and respectful and make it a quick trip. This is where things take a turn. Or a few turns. We entered the building and it was the most deafening quiet that I had ever experienced. The sound of the door closing was like a literal bomb going off. Once the echo stopped from the door, it dawned on us that this place was straight up creepy. We walked slowly, but the floor is covered in glass, which makes even the smallest of steps sound like Bigfoot lumbering around a library. We found a patient room, which still had a bed inside. We stopped at the doorway to look in because the floor looked sketchy. Out of nowhere, from around the corner, we heard the faintest, slow, drawn-out whistling. I've never in my life stopped what I was doing so suddenly. I just stared wide-eyed at my cousin because even a whisper sounds like yelling in this place. We both have our feet planted to the ground, because if we move, then we too will make ourselves known. At this point, we both assumed there could potentially be a squatter or a guard of some sort. My cousin hand gestures to me that we have to leave and we can't just stand here because the whistling was obviously not going to stop. We turn toward the opposite of the corner that the whistling is at, and we're tiptoeing to a perfect silence. Then the whistling stopped. We freeze again, and we hear the glass crunching from around the corner. We start running. Once we get to the door we came from, we realize we didn't put a fucking rock in the door frame when we came in, and now the door is completely stuck. As we were trying to get this door open, the glass crunching is now running. We hear it until it sounds like it is dangerously close. I am horrified. We turn around to try another door and the noise of the glass is literally right in front of us, yet no one is there. No one. We book it to a door that says pharmacy and peel the door open. The pharmacy is completely empty except a single, perfectly placed and aligned landline phone plugged into the wall. The phone is off the hook and making a dial tone. The whole thing is so perfectly lined up and centered with the whole room, I've never seen anything like it. And the dial tone was so loud in such an empty place. There wasn't power throughout the hospital, so how was it working? I was in complete shock. We left and never went back. I had heard of some other kids going there at night. They told me that they also heard the whistling and thought someone was lurking in the shadows the whole time. It is a freaky world out there. Once a year, my parents go on a vacation together somewhere in the U.S., usually to the Bahamas or to Florida. They leave me in charge of the house with my dog and like for me to check on my Nana who lives in our basement. My dad likes to take part in this weird golfing competition with his friends, where if someone wins a certain amount of holes, they get to take home this creepy doll as sort of a trophy. I don't get why, but I guess it's just some running gag. Well, my dad won the competition and he brought it home before he left. I'm not at all scared of dolls. In fact, before he left, I slept with it beside me as a joke. It was basically an old baby doll with a missing eye and a brown dress. I don't know the origin of it and didn't really bother to ask. November rolls around and my parents leave for their vacation. Everything goes normal for a while, but then things start to get weird. Because I'm the stereotypical little brother, I put the doll on my sister's bed, who's in university, and took a picture to send her as a joke. She hates dolls. So I leave the room with the doll still in there and head to my room just to send the photo and move on with my life. A few minutes later, I hear a massive bang. I jump, startled, and go to look out into the hallway. My sister's bedroom door has slammed shut. Now, our hallway has no opening windows, and there wasn't any sort of draft. Even if there was, that bang sounded forceful. A little on edge, I open her door and see that the doll has fallen face forward, even though I left it sitting upright. I thought it was weird, but brought the doll back into my room and moved on. That night, I'm sleeping normally in my parents' bedroom. I have to sleep in there while my parents are away because I need to keep an eye on my dog, and she refuses to sleep anywhere else. I wake up suddenly in the night, which is odd. I usually sleep all the way through the night. I check the time and see that it's around 3 a.m. This immediately scares me because I read that it's the witching hour. I glanced over at my dog, and she was awake too with her head up. Also strange. I put on my little puppy voice and ask my dog if she needs to pee, but she just stares back at me, then looks to the closet. I look to the closet too, and see that it's open even though I remember shutting it before going to bed. I quickly turn the lamp on and get out of bed to close the door. I don't even bother looking inside. My teenage brain still thinks a ghost is more likely than an intruder. So I get back into bed, scroll on my phone a bit, until I fall back to sleep. I wake up the next morning as usual to feed my dog, but when I go out into the hall, I see my bedroom door is open. I always close my door when I'm not in there. Now, it was still dark out because I have to feed my dog around 6 a.m. or she throws a fit. I look inside my room, turn on the light, and the doll is on the floor. I left it on my bed. I remembered last night and am now feeling paranoid, but again, I just put the doll back on my bed and leave, deciding just to have my door open. After feeding my dog, I went back to bed to sleep a couple extra hours. That's when the most frightening thing happened. I was woken up by a loud banging sound, loud enough to wake me up, the heaviest sleeper in my family. I quickly got up and ran downstairs, my first thought being maybe my Nana had fallen in the basement and was banging for me to help her, but when I got downstairs I realized that the banging was coming from my balcony door. I saw the glass shaking, as if something was hitting it from outside. The banging was so loud that it was shaking the counters. The strangest part is that my dog was just standing in front of the door staring at it, and she's the type of dog who will start barking if a mouse farts. I'm really shaken up at this point. It's completely still outside, no wind at all. I text my parents and tell them what's going on. As soon as I do, the banging stops. They tell me it's probably nothing to worry about. I went downstairs to see my Nana, but she had no idea what happened. She's also completely deaf, so of course she couldn't hear it. She can't even walk up the stairs, so there's no way she caused any of it. That was the last weird incident that happened. The next week, my parents got back. I didn't tell them everything that happened because I didn't want them to think I'm a chicken or something. Needless to say, I moved the doll out of my room until my dad brought it back to his golf team. Nothing else strange occurred. I still have no idea what went on during those couple of days. I sort of wonder about the story behind that doll now, but I don't really know if I want to ask my dad. This happened about 7 years ago and still creeps me out. My husband and I were living in this little above-garage apartment that only had like 4 little rooms. It was built in the 1920s. There were a lot of strange occurrences in the apartment before this event, but I thought nothing of it. My husband was in college at the time working on his associate's degree. Neither of us was working. I had no cell service at this point, and my husband's phone was our only real working phone. I had a phone with no service on it except for an internet service called Magic Jack, so that I could call out when he was in class in case I needed help. If it went to voicemail, it would record everything. This is important to this story. One morning, he calls the Magic Jack line to check in on me. He heard the line pick up, then nothing but static. Next morning, my husband had woken me up before, as usual. It was a day off for him. He wakes me up in hysterics. Something had been captured on the line. He played it for me. There was a very clear growl, and then a voice saying what sounds like, "Leave," very gravelly and angry. Up until this point, my husband didn't believe in the paranormal. He was made a believer that day. Have any of you had something like this happen to you before? How did it change your outlook on the unknown? I was in a nearby abandoned Navy hospital with several friends. We had been in many times before and never had anything odd happen. We were on the top, the 3rd floor, and there were many broken windows, allowing the rain and nature in. There was a lot of mold and even moss growing in the old ceiling tiles that covered the floor at this point. One of our group, prone to asthma and respiratory issues, didn't take it too well. We all decided it was best to leave and began our descent into the basement, which was the route to the exit. This is when things got weird. I broke ahead of the group, something generally against our rules of exploring, but in my mind I had to get out. I was far enough ahead, around corners and such, that I couldn't even see their flashlights behind me anymore. My heart was racing, and I still don't know why. I finally got to the last door that led to the room that we would exit from. It was a heavier door that closed by itself. I reached for the doorknob, but something stopped me. I couldn't do it. Something in my mind wasn't letting me put my hand on the knob. All I felt was terror. I'm not sure how long I stood there, shaking with my hand no more than 3 inches away, before I saw the flashlights of my friends at the end of the hallway, and at last, I could do it. I wrenched the door open and immediately went outside, hyperventilating with panic. My friends soon joined me, also saying something felt a little weird in there that time. We were gathering outside the door when the friend with the breathing issues felt something on her shoulder. We pulled down her shirt and there was a noticeable, quite obvious handprint. Nobody touched her, especially not hard enough to leave a full handprint through clothing. We've been back several times and haven't had another experience in any way, which only makes it even more odd, if you ask me. As an 8-year-old child, I was given a porcelain doll by a very dear family friend, Miss Marian. She was all the time coming across things and giving them to me. This doll was the last thing she gave me. I was never really into dolls at all growing up, but I took the doll and placed her in my room in a small, child-sized rocking chair. The chair sat right next to my closet and dresser beside my nightlight. The doll was very pretty. She was dressed in a peach and cream colored dress with an apron and petticoats. She had little black Mary Jane shoes that, when removed, showed her delicately painted toenails. Her body was soft, only her head, forearms, and legs from the knee down were porcelain. Her lips were pink, and her dark brown hair hung in slightly frizzed and now loose curls. Her eyes were brown, her cheeks a rosy peach color, all like mine. Miss Marian had a point of saying that the doll reminded her of me, which is why she gave her to me. From the moment that doll came into my house, things began to happen. I was always uneasy with Claire. I never wanted to touch her, and when I played in my room, it felt as if she were watching me. It wasn't anything to panic about, but I do remember feeling like if I did something wrong, she might actually tell on me. How ridiculous does that sound? The first real occurrence I remember was when I was reading in my room. Ghost stories, if you can believe that. When a musical carousel horse that sat on my dresser began to play. Not just a couple of notes, like old mechanical music boxes will do at times, but like someone just wound it up fully. I sat stunned and stared at the little horse as it moved up and down in time with the music, and then it just stopped. Not wound down, just suddenly stopped. I was a pretty brave kid. I didn't run, and I didn't tell my mom. I just let it go. The next thing that happened was the voice. For several nights, and on into these years, I was woken up by what sounded like a woman inches from my face shouting my name. I would jump and sit up and find my room empty. Those happenings died down after a few months. She then started to plague my little brother with the same thing, and now that he and I are grown and gone, she's moved on to my dad. The little things started to get to me. I'd put something in a certain place only to find it later on the floor or on my dresser, right next to Claire. All my missing items eventually turned up around her. Once a ring ended up in the pocket of her apron. Books would fall off of my shelves, and a perfume smell would sometimes fill my room. The doll itself didn't smell at all, but the air around her would. My catalyst to finally get Claire out of my room was the night I woke up after hearing thumping around near my closet. I opened my eyes, sat up in bed, and of course my eyes were drawn to the nightlight where Claire sat. As I watched, the source of the thumping became clear. The rocking chair Claire occupied was rocking on its own. I had thick shag carpet, so there's no way it was rocking just by chance. If that wasn't enough, Claire's feet, which were both turned to the side facing opposite each other, slowly straightened themselves to be both pointing directly up. This part still freaks me out 20 years later. She then turned her head, which was quite impossible to do since it was attached, fixed to her cloth body. She looked toward me, and every music box in my room, 4 of them, started to play at once. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't feel endangered so much as I just felt scared of what was happening. I screamed for my mom and dad. The music stopped, but Claire maintained her gaze in my direction. And this is why I hate dolls. Even after that, I couldn't get rid of Claire totally. I ended up stuffing her in a box in the back of a storage closet. She's still there as far as I know. So is the woman who now screams my dad's name in the middle of the night, and not in the kinky way. While I think she explains some of the oddities that happened in my parents' house, I don't think she's the tie to it all. Before we begin, you must understand that everything you are about to read is absolutely true, and the events continue to this day. It was last summer. My girlfriend, now wife, and I finally made the big decision to move in together. Cobblestone Square is a situation of apartment complexes surrounding a central park. After living in another apartment for 2 years, I learned that a bigger apartment was opening up on the other side of the complex. We needed more space because my wife had 2 children from a previous marriage. After a rushed inspection, we were happy to move in right at the start of June. The months passed by and the days grew shorter and colder. Autumn was drawing to a close, and with it, that's when the trouble began. In all the stories and movies, it starts out small. Things moving from place to place, lights being left on, etc., all chalked up to forgetfulness. This was true in our case, and we didn't think much of it. It only started to escalate with the children. Our apartment is set up with 2 bedrooms and bathrooms on opposite ends from each other. In our bedroom, we have our own private bathroom, and next to the kids' room is a small hallway leading to their own bathroom. We would give them baths in there and potty train, and almost as if flicking a switch, when the autumn months came, our youngest, a 2-year-old girl, would absolutely hate going in that bathroom. At the mere mention of bath time, she would go into hysterics, or on good days, she would sit in the tub, and in the process of bathing, she would look past myself or my wife and start screaming and crying. Oftentimes something would catch her eye in the mirror, and she would also start crying like mad. The most unsettling part would be that as soon as we took her out of the bathroom, she would stop and act as if nothing had happened. Our son, who was 4 at the time, would also run up to us and say that he would hear a voice saying, "Uppy," which was a common saying among the children when they wanted to be held. We asked if it was his sister, and he would profusely say that it wasn't, but he said it sounded like a kid. This happened a few times. With my wife being separated from her first husband and splitting custody, we would have the children come live with us every other week. On the weeks that the kids would go stay with their dad, the activity would seem to die down, but that didn't mean that it wouldn't happen at all. I asked my wife what she remembered from last year, and she recounted a time when we didn't have the children and she was cleaning the house. She noticed the kids' door was open. We usually keep it closed, but she thought maybe I had went into their room for something. She checked to see if I was inside, and seeing that I wasn't, she closed the door and didn't really think anything of it. It wasn't until a while later that she went to use the kids' bathroom and saw that the door was open again. She found me in our room and asked if I had opened it, and I said that I hadn't. With more incidents of lights being found on and doors opening, it all came to a head near the end of October when I was washing dishes in the kitchen. Above the sink, facing the living room, is a small window that allows someone in the kitchen to look out into the dining room and the living room, and additionally the back door, which is a sliding glass door. Important detail. After the kids had been put to bed and were asleep, my wife and I went about our normal duties and chores, trying to finish up before the next day started. As I was washing dishes, I looked up from the sink and saw in the glass of the sliding glass door the reflection of a large shadow in the hallway to the kids' bedroom. It quickly entered the bathroom, and I immediately walked over, turning on the light, and seeing nothing there. I went to my bedroom where my wife was vacuuming, and I asked her if she by chance went into the kids' bathroom for whatever reason. I wasn't surprised by her response when she said no, and I told her what I had seen. It was after this event, and subsequently Halloween, that all the activity seemed to stop. More months passed by again, and we jumped to 2020. August. As soon as the activity started again, I began to keep a journal of all the findings. That way there was a record. On August 10th, I went to the bathroom, the kids' bathroom, before going to bed, and heard a small child giggle. Both children were fast asleep. On August 11th, my wife was bathing our daughter, and for the first time in a year, our little girl started to shriek in fear until she was out of the bathroom. On August 13th, while getting ready for bed, our son knocked on our door. I'm always the one to answer, and he told me that he was afraid. He wouldn't elaborate on why, but when I laid him down in his bed, he begged for the closet to be closed. The closet has never been a problem, and a few nights after this, we returned to it being opened and haven't experienced anything like it again. On August 15th, my wife and I had an argument, and I went out to the couch to sleep for the night. As I was tossing and turning, I heard a child's voice in the night say, "Uh-huh," as if answering a question. I didn't react, and forced myself to go back to sleep. Both myself and my wife have caught our son speaking to himself as well. My wife told me that once she heard him saying, "Ow, stop it, you're hurting me," and when she went to go check on him, he was in the hallway by the kids' bathroom, holding his arm. During the daytime, the kids were playing and both me and my wife were doing our own thing. As I was sitting on the couch, our son runs behind the couch and stops and then says, "And how would you do that?" out of the blue. I turn to him and ask him who he's talking to, and after a moment's hesitation, he says, "Nobody." I told him I heard him say something, and he then insisted that he didn't say anything. On one occasion, my wife was sleeping on the couch, and in the middle of the night heard a man's whisper say, "Don't get up," to which she promptly obeyed. It was the night after that I woke up from my sleep in bed to see a shadow shape standing over me with piercing red eyes. I felt as if it was going to hurt me. My wife and I have naturally begun our interest in the spiritual world. We began researching and looking for ways to go about this. We've purchased a Ouija board with no results, and from a medium, a supposedly haunted ring. If our apartment was going to be haunted, we wanted to know by who and with what intention. It seems as if our mail-order ghost has already made their home, as one morning our front door was unlocked and slightly ajar, with nothing stolen. Tonight, as I write this, my wife and I were watching TV on the couch and decided to call it an evening. But as we got to our bedroom, I noticed a low scratching sound coming from the record player. I opened it up and saw that the turntable was moving as the needle was off its holder, turning the record player on. I replaced the needle and tried knocking the player a few times to see if it could have been easily bumped or knocked off, but no. The only way to move that needle was to pick it up with your fingers and set it down. I was reminded of one other time that this happened, long before we bought any haunted items. I am thoroughly convinced that my apartment is haunted. People die in them way too often to think it's not a possibility, and if nobody died here, the cemetery across the road definitely doesn't bring me any comfort. I can say that two distinct entities can be somewhat accounted for, a small child ghost and something else. Or maybe something that wants to be viewed as a child, but let's think happy thoughts. We still live here to this day. Autumn is just beginning, and that's when things really seem to get interesting. Many years ago, I visited a secret bunker in England that had been turned into a museum. The only thing I knew about it beforehand was that it had been built during the Second World War. The atmosphere inside was kinda creepy because it was underground and very quiet, and there were mannequins dotted about the place, but that didn't really bother me. What creeped me out the most was a feeling of being watched and followed by someone or something that I couldn't see. During one part of the tour, I was leaving one of the rooms when a desk lamp suddenly turned itself off. I was the only person in the room at the time, and the lamp was behind glass, so nobody could get to it to switch it off. When I got home, I did some research on the bunker and found out that TV's Most Haunted had done an investigation there once, and they felt exactly the same feelings of being watched and followed as I had. I'm a bit skeptical about ghosts, so I can't say for certain if my experience was paranormal or not, but it was certainly quite interesting. I come from the county where Ireland's most haunted house, Loftus Hall, is located. If you want to know the history of Loftus Hall and the original story to it, I'm sure you can find it on Google. People that have visited all have their own stories of experiences at the house, and I'm going to share with you some of my experiences that I've had over the years. I lived about a 30 minutes drive away from it, so it was a destination that we visited a lot. I remember the first time I visited the grounds of the house. I was maybe 5 or 6 years old and was visiting it with my uncle. As we drove up the long lane leading the way to the house, I remember looking at all of the windows and getting a shiver as we approached. We parked and got out of the car. I stood and stared at the house. We walked around the grounds and around to the side of it where, at the time, there were apple trees. We picked some of them, as they were red and juicy, and put them in a bag to bring them home with us. When we got home and got the apples out of the bag, every single one had a rotten part on one side. I mean, a big, green, soft, gooey lump on all of them. Another time, when I was around 14, I had went to Loftus Hall with my friend and his mom. There's a nearby lighthouse that's open for people to visit, and we went there first. When we got to the house, there were a few people around, and a young American family there. A mom, dad, and 2 girls, aged around 5 and 9-ish. The 2 girls were running around and playing on the grounds when they ran to their parents laughing, and the 9-year-old said, "Mommy, Mommy, Anne wants to show us something. Can we go to her room?" Now this may seem like normal child behavior, but Anne is the name of the girl in the original haunting story of Loftus Hall. I must also mention that the actual house was not open for guests to go in and out of as they pleased. Not at that time. When I was 16, that was my first time going into the house. We booked a tour on Halloween night. There were some ghost hunters who do an overnight stay every year, and a certain amount of guests can stay there with them for the night. We arrived and went in. We set up our sleeping bags while the ghost hunter crew set up their equipment. We took the tour of the house at night with a tour guide and in groups of 5. We went to each room with the guide giving the story behind it. We got to a room called the Tapestry Room. This is the most famous and apparently most haunted room in the building. It's said that Anne was locked in this room, and she died in the room as she stared out the window waiting for her mysterious stranger to return. You can actually find the details of this story online. She was locked in there and sat with her knees to her chin, and when she died, her body could not be straightened. Anyway, we entered this room and it was freezing. One of the guests in our group, now I don't know if they were paid actors or not, but one of the guests in our group collapsed and went into a fit, arms and legs flailing everywhere. An ambulance was called, and he was sent to the hospital. Apparently, it happens often that people collapse and have seizures once they enter that room. The house is situated on a cliff, and the sea is in the background. About 4 years ago, we went for a drive down there on a foggy evening, and we were looking out to the sea. As we did, we saw the outline of a ship. It looked like something out of the Pirates of the Caribbean, but it floated through the fog and vanished. There have been hundreds of encounters regarding this house that are recorded. Everyone has their own experiences from visiting, everything from feeling queasy in certain parts of the house, to seeing ghosts in the windows, to meeting people while on tours that nobody else who was on the same tour remembers. There's also a hole in the ceiling that goes through the roof, and this is where the devil flew through to escape from the house. Over the centuries, this hole has been repaired multiple times, but each time it is repaired, it will only last for a few days and then reopens again in the same place. So it was around May of this year when I was playing hide and seek with my family. When the game started, I went to the basement. But after a couple minutes, I was about to be spotted, so I moved to the bathroom, but went backwards into the bathroom. Keep in mind, I was facing the doorway, and that is when it started. When I heard the groans, I froze. They didn't sound human, so I knew it wasn't one of my family members. A couple of minutes went by, and I could still hear the groans, but built up the courage to run out of the bathroom. A couple of more minutes went by. I could still hear the groans, and I had to build up the courage to run from the bathroom. That's all I have to share. If you could explain what happened, then that would be great. My great-grandmother died in that house. It was built in the 1940s, and that basement bathroom was built very poorly. My partner and I had just become parents, and were looking for our first home. We found an older house built around 1910-1920, which seemed perfect. It was next to a good school and close enough to family that could help out with our daughter. Everything seemed great for the next couple of years, but there was always a heavy type of atmosphere that was hard to explain. And we had this feeling like we were being watched all the time. My wife was the first to notice it, and I would always brush it off as if there was nothing to be scared of. I always carried that mindset, as I was highly skeptical of any type of paranormal activity, and I always trusted the whole "if you can't see it, then it doesn't exist" paradigm. How wrong I was, it turned out. The initial signs were that things would go missing and then suddenly turn up in the most peculiar of places, like photos and my watch, which ended up in the bathtub. But most of the time, things seemed to find their way into the wardrobe that was in the master bedroom. Once my daughter woke us up in the night to tell me that someone had just walked out of her window. As she grew up, she would complain that the man was in her room and she couldn't sleep. I was still not believing that this could be a ghost, so I would comfort her and stay with her until she went back to sleep, and I watched a black-like shadow thing, which I can only describe as darker than the shadows around it, move from the corner of the room and out of the window. I went back downstairs and sat on the sofa, where the deepest growl I ever heard happened, which completely took me by surprise, as it sounded as if it was right behind my ear. I nearly jumped out of my skin and thought I needed a drink. I went to the kitchen and I could hear laughter in the living room. I couldn't think of any logical reason for it, so I went back upstairs and sat in my daughter's room again for the rest of the night. But nothing more happened. Eventually, things escalated to the point where every night around 2 a.m., you would hear walking up and down the stairs so loud that we nicknamed whatever it was Mr. Boots. When my daughter was around 10, we would get massive bangs in the middle of the night. When it first happened, I honestly thought we were being burgled. I would run down the stairs only to find nothing, not a thing out of place. I had the plumbing checked and electrical, but all was good. Then, one night, I fell asleep downstairs, and an inflatable hammer flew at the TV, instantly waking me with the noise because it had a squeaker in it. I again was trying to work out how that had happened, and whilst I was thinking about it and looking at the hammer on the floor, it started spinning really slowly. I jumped up and walked to the kitchen. And again, I heard the laughter. I then heard the boots on the stairs, and my wife suddenly comes down the stairs, woken by a really bad nightmare. While we were both talking in the kitchen, we heard the laughter again. Not long after this, we couldn't take it anymore and left. But I have hundreds of weird encounters, and I can honestly say that this house turned me into a believer. I always wondered what it was that was in that house. Ghost, demon. We still talk about that place now and then, and probably always will. This happened a few years ago while I was still in college. My best friend of many years is back in town, so we decided to get together and we stayed out fairly late, but hey, we're college kids, nighttime is our thing. My friend is very, very Catholic, and she decided to drive us this night. Mind you, neither of us was doing any drinking. After many shenanigans and lots of catching up, it was time to go home. It was probably around 2, 3 a.m. Still not exhausted, but she definitely was. Well, I'm staring at her dash where one of her many Catholic baubles were in the car when we get to the last light before she drops me at my house. I look out the window, as one does, and was met with the person in the car next to us staring into the car, and I kid you not, I screamed. The guy had gray skin, black eyes with no white, and a smile that was too long with sharpened teeth. He didn't break eye contact with me, and I was freaking out. My friend was completely oblivious until I said her name. She somehow didn't hear me scream. I, as calmly as possible, told her to look at the guy in the car next to us, and then she silently screamed too, and then proceeded to freak out and gunned it out of the intersection. Once again, this was 3 a.m., the light was still red, and she was not having this. She sped to my house and had me watching behind the car to make sure that we weren't being followed, whilst praying aloud, something she never does as she knows that I'm not religious. A few very short moments later, she pulls up in front of my house. She also put her high beams on as I walked to my door because she was, again, not about this. After I was safely inside, she called my cell and had me on the phone until she made it to her house all of 3 minutes later. We were both really shaken up about it the next day, but we never talked about it again. Anytime I've tried to bring it up, she shudders and changes the topic immediately. She did tell me she went to be blessed the next day, on a random Tuesday. I can still feel the soul-shaking sensation of looking that guy in the eyes. I'm not saying it couldn't have been some dude dressed up in a costume or something, but it shook both of us to our core. It was a Monday night, at around 3 in the morning, and I honestly don't feel like this was a normal human occurrence. This happened to me 2 years in a row when I was young, too young to face as much horror as I did. I was 6, and it was Halloween. I was just getting into bed when I heard an awful screeching sound coming from the hall closet. It was right by my mom and dad's bedroom, but they didn't hear a thing, which really freaked me out. I slowly got up out of bed and ran silently to the closet. I opened the door, and it took all my effort not to scream. I saw a yellow metal box. I opened it and saw the creepiest doll. It was a raggedy, ugly, old doll. Its hair was in 2 long, blonde braids. Her, I should say. I slowly picked the doll up. It screamed again, and this time I did too. From that night on, the thought of it lurked in my mind until the next Halloween, when I had another encounter with it. When everything happened again that year, I made up my mind and threw it away. The next day, I had gone into the closet to get my hula hoop, and my eye caught the yellow box. I picked it up. I opened it, and an uncomfortable chill ran down my back. The doll had returned. I couldn't get rid of her. Ever. To this day, I still know its exact location. This experience left me pretty shaken up for a while. To begin, I was a fairly depressed and antisocial 15-year-old in high school, and on weekends I'd go and stay with my older sister in her apartment to get away from my parents and finally just relax. During this time, I'd gotten into studying astral projection, and I'd always been interested in the paranormal, as my mom and I had experienced things in our house, and my mom claimed that she could see the spirits. Anyway, one day after some reading, I decided to take the bus over to Toys R Us, where they still to this day sell Ouija boards to kids. I bought one of the silly glow-in-the-dark ones. My sister and I were really excited to start using it. Within a few minutes of putting our hands on the planchette, it began moving in a circle. Our first introduction was a little girl named Sarah. We end up chatting with this little spirit all night. Then, it turns into every single weekend. We begin to feel almost addicted to the board, always going to chat with Sarah. It was a long time ago, but I remember her saying that she was from the 1800s. She'd be so excited to talk every time we showed up. The planchette would spin in circles all over the board. We could even take our hands off of it, and it would continue to move. The addiction to the board goes on for months. Finally, one day we decide to ask Sarah to physically show us that she exists. We ask for a sign, and a strong breeze shoots straight into my ear so hard that I jumped back from the board. There was no AC on, no windows open, and no fans in the room. From here on, things get odd, and Sarah says that she is attached to me. I started getting an off feeling, and I ask, "Are you really Sarah, or are you someone else? Some of the things you say are pretty adult for a young girl." Then the planchette began to playfully spin all over the place, ending on no. I feel a sense of almost maniacal laughter in the air. It's hard to explain, but my sister feels it too. Turns out Sarah was actually a man named Solomon. Solomon said that he loved me and that he was going to follow me. From there we were freaked out and decided to stop using the board, but the pull was strong and it legitimately feels as if it were an addiction. After this incident, I can almost always feel someone watching me when I'm alone. I'd see the shape of a man in my head and the dark windows at night, but just for a second, enough to make me think I was losing my mind. I was frequently exploring church with my sister and was so scared from seeing figures pass by the windows and from feeling someone standing behind me that I told the preacher about our Ouija board use. He said he would pray and that I would have to ignore the spirit. Not the greatest advice. A month later, I had an odd and terrifying dream. Suddenly I'm above my body and in the den in my parents' house where I'd fallen asleep on the couch late at night. I look down at myself and then feel a presence by my body's head behind the couch near the hallway. There is a man standing there. He's wearing a black leather jacket, fitted, vintage-looking jeans, dark boots, kind of 40s, 50s-ish biker style. He was probably in his mid-20s. He had pale skin, dark, short-cut hair, and totally black eyes. He's almost attractive, if he weren't terrifying. He smiles at me eerily, and at light speed jumps for my body. I panic and jump too, trying to get back into my body before he does. I wake up in a panic, sweating and shaking. Somehow, I eventually fall asleep at first light. And then when I awaken in the late afternoon, my mom tells me that she woke up to use the bathroom at night and fell to the ground in the living room having a seizure. I didn't know what to do or say. I was shocked. Could it have been from the paranormal encounter? Because she's a sensitive too? She used antidepressants frequently and switched them around a lot. But what a strange coincidence for it to happen that night. After that incident, life just continued on. So much of my teenage life felt negative at that age already that I just kept trekking forward, feeling someone behind me on some days not. The energy in my family's home was generally bad. Parents fighting constantly, father using drugs, mom in different phases of her bipolar. Definitely some energy a bad spirit or two could feed on. Fast forward to sophomore year in high school. I used to sit in the corner in band doing homework quietly, and one day a girl known as the school witch comes up to me. We'd maybe talked a few times, but didn't know each other very well. She simply states, "So there's a man following you, a spirit. I'm going to do a spell for you tonight to make him leave." Once again shocked, I tell her that there has been someone following me. She nods like, yes, obviously, then walks away before I can say anything else. By junior year, I'm dating a boy who lost his brother to suicide only months before we'd met. One night he calls in a panic and states that he was brutally attacked by a male spirit or demon in a dreamlike yet awake state. He said he felt someone sitting on him and could see a black spirit in the room. He called his brother's spirit to save him. He claims he felt a whoosh of energy and that his brother pushed the spirit off of his chest. He woke up really scared, saying that he'd never felt anything like it and that he'd never had negative spirit encounters before except as a small child. What scares me is that he'd randomly have episodes after this that made him not in his right mind or almost mad. At the time, I'd felt and seen his brother's spirit twice, and it was never a hostile feeling. I felt somewhat protected while dating him because of this, but Solomon's negative spirit was something I still worried about and felt on occasion. Years go by, and I eventually become best friends with a girl whose family ghost hunts. We ghost hunt together, experience some creepy stuff, and I become less fearful. 2 years into our relationship, I get the courage to tell her psychic aunt my story, and she seeks to find out more about this spirit. She connects with him and laughs some. He's 5150, hun. He's absolutely mad. He's not necessarily evil, but he attached himself to you because he likes how easily he can scare you. He doesn't necessarily want to hurt you, but your fear gives him pleasure. In life, it seems, he was quite mentally ill. I was absolutely stunned. It all made so much sense, and how would she know this? After the talk, my best friend and her aunt tell him to F off, and to imagine a white light and to let him know he's not welcome. This seems forward, but one night I feel the presence and it angers me. Years of someone just wanting to scare me. I yell at the empty room that I'm not afraid of him and that he's not welcome. I use sage, imagine white light, and yell for him to leave. I feel a stir in the energy, almost like he's not even that angry to leave. It felt more like an annoyance at losing his fear target. From that point on, I've had the upper hand. There was one more experience with him one day at 25 while in a toxic living situation. This was 6 years after the experience with my friend's aunt. I left my body again and was excited. Finally, astral projecting as an adult. I sit up, and lo and behold, there he is, standing by the bed. But this time I shoot white light at him. He's gone in an instant. Then my toxic roommate at the time walks through the wall to grab me. I wake up. Was he trying to warn me? Does he still visit me? Can I ever make him leave for good? Sometimes I wonder if he ever felt compassion for me. It was all so strange, and I frequently meditate and banish negative spirits or energy from around me. I've shut down a lot spiritually because of these incidents. I constantly state that nothing is allowed to bother me, but I wonder if somehow he'll be there forever. It worries me sometimes, especially because he'd stated on the board that he didn't want anyone to have me. I feel confident that spiritually I am strong, but I've always wondered if there was some deeper level of banishing that I could have, or should have done, or could still do. Anyway, I wanted to share this story because it's been both such a weight and a mystery to me for so many years. I don't know what I believe anymore. Sometimes I wonder if my extremely negative state of mind drew him to my depressed teenage self. Maybe somehow I created this negative entity? I doubt that one, but it is still possible. I feel in a much better place mentally, physically, and spiritually now, so I don't feel threatened by spirits, or really believe that he is around anymore. But who knows? I sage and cleanse my place almost daily and feel it to be a safe and light space. I will say that there is still so much I don't know when it comes to all of those incidents. So this happened a few months back, when I happened to be in the bathroom. I was singing that Willow Smith Wait a Minute song to myself, minding my business, you know. I got to the point in the song where she quotes a phrase said in the Avatar movie in their language. And while I'm singing it, I'm thinking to myself at the same time, I wonder what that actually means translated into English. And as I finished singing the line, simultaneously trying to recall what it translated to, a female, disembodied voice said, "No, you can't." I shut up immediately and paused for a second, shocked. It sounded as if someone were speaking into a tin can, but very clear and only a few feet away. I left the bathroom completely weirded out, and after a few minutes I remembered about wanting to know what the phrase meant. I Googled it and found out that it meant, "I see you," in English. I was, and am, still blown away by this strange experience. This happened to me when I was in high school. I was at my friend's house at the time, who lived in an apartment building. She had a neighbor who lived upstairs, and was a few years younger than us, who we hung out with when I visited my friend's apartment. On this specific day, my friend's neighbor mentioned that she had a Ouija board, and asked if we wanted to use it with her. We both agreed, as I personally didn't think Ouija boards were actually paranormal, and thought it was a myth. We went into a garage area of the apartment building and put our fingers on the planchette. For the first few hours, nothing really even happened. Eventually, we had movement on the planchette and started asking questions to this spirit, who would answer us. I forgot who, but someone asked if the spirit was trying to communicate with anyone. Interestingly enough, it spelled out my name. I was skeptical, and thought it was one of my friends messing with me, so I asked what its name was. It then spelled out my grandmother's name, who died 6 months before this Ouija board encounter. I started getting a little uncomfortable, as my grandmother's name is in another language, and my friends did not know this language, nor have I ever told them what her name was. They wouldn't even know how to spell it either. Weirded out, I asked what my grandmother wanted. She started spelling out URGR, and then the planchette started going in weird circles, and even going off of the board, and wasn't spelling out anything that made sense. So I asked for further clarification, and then just "You are great" popped up. This will be important later, so keep that in mind. Anyway, at that point I thought it was just one of us moving it weirdly, so I said goodbye. A few days later, my grandmother's husband, my grandfather, suddenly passed away. It was unexpected, as he was in great health, and it was right before Christmas, and he was so excited for Christmas. As I was at his funeral, I remembered sitting there and thinking about the Ouija board, and that's when it hit me. When my grandmother initially tried to spell out something that started with GR, I realized that grandfather starts with GR. But then the planchette had moved around so weirdly when my grandmother couldn't spell out the rest of the word, as if something had been stopping my grandmother from completing the word and warning me. The next few months were hell, as I started blaming myself, and was convinced that I had somehow contributed to my grandfather's death by using this board. It got to the point that I became suicidal, and the scariest part is, my thoughts felt as if they were not my own. As if something were trying to lead me toward taking my life, as they were very dark. I can't explain it, as it could have been guilt, but I felt like something was watching me all the time and felt a strange presence in the next few months after using the board. There's also the fact that the night of when I used the Ouija board, I was in the bathroom and I was underneath some lights. I had a strange sensation and felt that I needed to walk away, but right when I did, the lights shattered and would have injured me if I had been standing underneath. I eventually confessed to my mother about the Ouija board experience, and right when I did, I felt a giant weight lift off of my shoulders. The negative and dark thoughts were slowly disappearing, and I started to not feel the dark presence anymore when I overcame these thoughts. However, I was still wondering if the spirit that I had contacted was even really my grandmother. I also wondered if I was imagining this dark presence and the dark thoughts that I had had. Fast forward, I was at an overnight event at my school and another friend brought a Ouija board. I decided to use it one more time with this friend and try to get some answers. At one point, the Ouija board said that it was trying to contact me specifically. When we asked who it was, it then started spelling out D-E-V. We started panicking, but then it spelled out to a word that I forgot. I dismissed it and thought it was nothing, but my friend decided to look up the word. A few weeks later, she told me that the word meant devil in another language. It was then confirmed to me that it may not have been my grandmother who was contacting me the first time. There's also the fact that there may have been something that was trying to get to me and did not have good intentions. To this day, I am convinced that this spirit only tried to warn me about my grandfather so that when he passed, I would have felt guilty. By feeling guilty, I was more vulnerable to the spirit's influences, to the point that I would almost take my own life. I do not know if this is what actually happened, but it's the only logical explanation that I have. I live in Oklahoma, and I'm really big into finding abandoned places and exploring them. I found out a few months ago that there is a forgotten graveyard a few minutes away from my house. I've lived in Oklahoma my whole life, and I've never even heard anyone mention this place before. So I looked it up and did more research on it to make sure that I wasn't walking into something crazy or where I could possibly be harmed. I found out that it was the site of an old schoolhouse, and that there was no marker, so people had basically just forgotten that it was even there over the years unless they had a loved one that was buried there. I waited until daylight to go just in case, because I wanted to be able to see everything around me since I was in the middle of nowhere. I ended up asking my sister if she wanted to go with me so that I wouldn't be alone. And God, am I glad that I asked her to come because I never thought I would have saw what I did. We woke early the next morning to go before it got hot because it was summertime. It was 10 minutes away from the house, so it was an easy drive. Finding the exact location was the hard part. Once we did find it, we pulled up and got out and started to look around. The grass was all overgrown, and you couldn't really see any of the headstones anymore. We had to be super careful walking around because we didn't want to step on anyone. We explored for about an hour or so, and then we stumbled upon this opening where the old schoolhouse used to be. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it sounded like someone or something was running right at us. But there was no one else around. And mind you, again, we're in the middle of nowhere. So we stop what we're doing and back up a bit to look and see. Neither of us spook easy, so we just looked around and we didn't see anything. We decided it was getting too hot to just stand out there for much longer, and so we started walking back to the car. Again, it sounded like something or someone was running at us, but faster this time. We both took off sprinting to the car and didn't stop until we got in and locked the doors. As we sat there, I looked up more about this place, and it's known by a few people to have major activity, and it's so bad that they actually tell you not to go at nighttime. I read stories of people who said they had seen figures walking around, or someone asking them for help and then disappearing a few minutes later. I'm glad that I decided to wait until daylight, and that I asked my sister to come with me, because I don't know what I would have done if I heard someone that I couldn't even see running at me if I were alone. I've never been back to this graveyard. It actually kinda scares me to even think about going back after what happened. When, though it wasn't anything serious like some of the other stuff people had said happened to them, maybe one day I'll have the guts to return. A few years ago, my mom was sleeping downstairs, and she had an encounter with something inhuman. Anyways, I used to always get scared at night, and I would knock on their door to sleep with them. And one night, my mom heard a knock on her door, and she assumed it was me, so she said, "Come in," while still half asleep. She heard the door open, and heard something quickly patter across the ground and jump on the bed, and it began whispering in her ear and mimicking her voice. She freaked out, and opened her eyes, only to see a very skinny, small, webbed-looking creature running out of the room. Me and my dad awoke to her screaming. We believe the house was haunted because we all had paranormal experiences there. We believe it came to be haunted because the previous owners performed satanic rituals, etc. When I showed her that skinwalker picture that kind of went viral, she said they looked really similar. But we don't know if this was a skinwalker or a malvoyant spirit. I've always been pretty sensitive, and so have quite a few people in my family. I've seen dark figures, recorded a few voices, but nothing too major before this story. It was my senior year of high school, and I had been going through a period of what some may like to call paranormal investigating with my friends. We were spending time visiting cemeteries and abandoned houses, like most teenagers do. Just having fun being scared. Well, my friend Tyler found this Ouija board in an abandoned house that he had explored a month or so back and asked me if I wanted it. You see, he knew I was into the paranormal with all the love I had for being scared. I liked scary movies, haunted houses, and anything to get the adrenaline going. So of course I said yes. My friends Alex, David, and I decided to skip school, and I asked them if they wanted to use this Ouija board with me. They were along for the ride, and we had planned to find a place to do this. My house. My house was already known to be haunted because due to some experiences that I had had in my basement. So it seemed like the appropriate choice. Now my friend David didn't believe in anything paranormal. No ghosts or any of that stuff. So he decided to film this for us. Alex is sitting across from me, and I have my hands on the eye by myself. I figured you weren't supposed to do this alone from what I had seen in movies, but we did it anyway, just to see what would happen. Alex begins to ask some questions. Basic ones at first, like, is there anyone here with us? What's your name? What do you want? Alex then asks, are you trying to hurt Chris? And nothing really happens in that moment. But I do remember this distinct chill run down my spine. I brushed it off. We decided to watch the video back on David's phone just to see what it looked like. As we're watching this back, when it comes to the question of, are you trying to hurt Chris? In the video, my head tilts back and I say yes in two different voices. One in my own voice, and one in a deep, guttural voice. We all look at each other and exclaim, oh my God. You didn't say that. You didn't say anything. And needless to say, we got rid of that board and never really talked about it again. But that was one of the most terrifying experiences I have ever had. This story happened in October of 2004, back when I was still a third-year high school student. My friends and I stuck around the school late at night after our annual Halloween party. We had agreed to try out my friend's Ouija board. It wasn't the brightest idea, but we needed a thrill. We found a nice spot under a huge Nara tree and proceeded with our half-assed ritual. There were about 5 of us, 2 boys and 3 girls. We were all expecting some kind of paranormal contact. Rumors had it that our school was haunted, but we'd never really experienced anything firsthand, and it was Halloween when all the spirits came out to play. We all wanted to get spooked. Also, we've never seen a Ouija board firsthand before, so we were really stoked. Our school was an old Spanish colonial house built in the 1800s when the Spaniards still occupied the Philippines. We were in a section of the school that doesn't get used often. Located beside a creepy old Jesuit house, people only go there when they needed to use the restroom, store equipment on one of the sheds, or make out with their boyfriend/girlfriend. We sat down in the middle of an open space, with only an exposed, bare bulb nearby illuminating our surroundings. We were all having a laugh, scaring each other with what-if scenarios. It was your typical dumb kids doing dumb things kind of night. My friend who brought the Ouija board proceeded to place it in the middle of our circle. If I remember correctly, it was the glow-in-the-dark version, which we found hilarious, but it did give us the ability to see what was written in the dark. Not knowing what to do, and going after what we've only seen in movies, we all proceeded to place our index finger on top of the planchette. We sat there looking at each other until one of us said, "What's next?" We didn't know if there was a proper way to start the ritual. Plus, the board didn't come with instructions, so we decided to just throw in a question. "Is anyone there?" I called into the darkness. "If there are any spirits living here, please speak to us," one of the girls joined in. We clearly had no idea what we were doing, and still, nothing happened. Not even the slightest bit of wind. One of my friends jerked the planchette, and the girl who brought the Ouija board screamed, breaking the silence. We all laughed at how ridiculous that it was. After a bit more joking around, we decided to give it another go. We all placed our index fingers on the planchette once more and asked, "If there's anyone there, we would like to make contact." "Don't break the circle," one of my friends jokingly said. "Shut up," I whispered. We were just about to get ready to give up when the wind started to pick up. The stillness broke, and the darkness around us seemed to move. Just a coincidence, we thought. "Okay, don't break the circle," I said. "Is anyone there?" I was excited. It was like a scene from a film with dirt and dead leaves swirling all around us. "Guys, I'm scared," my friend sitting beside me said. "My mom warned me about playing with forces that we don't know." "Did you die here?" I asked. "Were you killed during the war? Are you the headless priest that roams these halls? Do you know Jose Ritzel, our national hero? Are you a hottie?" My friend giggled. At this point, we were all throwing out random, stupid questions, and there was still nothing. "This is bull. I don't want to do this anymore," my friend said, exasperated. We were all thinking the same thing. Just then, a group of dogs from the neighboring house started barking at us through the chain-link fence. These 6 dogs were growling and showing teeth. We all screamed, and without finishing the ritual, bolted right out of there. We didn't see each other until after Halloween break, and this is where the story gets really creepy. One of the girls told us about a weird experience she had the night after playing with the Ouija board. She had gotten home late after hanging out with her friends from the neighborhood when she realized she forgot the keys to her house. So she called up her brother, who was then still sharing a room with her, and what he said crept the hell out of her. He swore that she was already home. He claimed to have seen her walk in a while ago, and that she looked really tired, and that he saw her head straight to bed. Weird, but no need to freak ourselves out, was all we really thought about it. Besides, her brother must have just been tired and seeing things. But then my other friend started telling us about an encounter that she had that Halloween night. She was going up to her room when the lights began to flicker as she was ascending the staircase. She shrugged it off, blaming it on faulty wiring. But just then, she saw the door to her room open, and a dark figure stepped out and stood atop their staircase. She couldn't make out the entity's face, but she recounted that she couldn't move, and felt utter dread as the figure stared down at her. "No way," my best friend, who just joined in the conversation, said in disbelief. "Something happened to me as well." He recalled that he was sleeping one night when he woke up feeling really uncomfortable. He described his vision as having TV-like static, and that there was a feeling of heaviness that surrounded him. He looked around the room, and that's when he saw a bloody, charred face with piercing red eyes grinning at him through the window. I couldn't believe what I was hearing because I had an almost run-in with death that night. After the ritual, I was sleeping in our sedan on the way home after fooling around with the Ouija board when I felt our car jerk. I woke up instantly. Looking out the window, I discovered that we had been hit by a huge oil tanker. I panicked and leaped out of the car. Luckily, my mom and I survived the crash since the front of the car was a total wreck. I still don't have an explanation as to why those things happened to us, but I'm thankful that nothing else happened after that. I've never played or gotten near a Ouija board since. "25 years ago, we moved homes. It wasn't in the greatest of areas, but it was better than we were previously. I shared a room with one of my 4 sisters. We had a TV in our room, but the remote control was broken, so we never used it. It stayed on Channel 5, the TV Guide channel. After a few months of living there, the TV in our room would randomly turn on every night and switch to Channel 33, which was usually Seventh Heaven or Full House that would be playing. No one in my family ever watched that channel. We didn't think anything paranormal about it. The house didn't feel creepy. Everything was fine aside from the TV turning on. Eventually, the channel would change to a station with just static, and the volume would turn on all the way. It would scare us and wake us up every night, so we unplugged the TV. Ever since the station had changed to static, the vibe of the house felt different. It was heavy, and my sisters and I always felt afraid, but we didn't know why. After a year living there, we would experience weird things. Lights turning off and on, random noises, hearing kids. Our aunt lived downstairs, and she was always keeping her room locked, even when she was home. One day my sister and I went downstairs to grab the vacuum, and we heard jumping on my aunt's bed, and her door was wide open. My aunt was at work, so we poked our heads in to see who was there. We saw no one, but heard kids laughing and the bed moving, once again as if someone were jumping up and down on it. A few days later, we were playing in the living room upstairs and we heard a cough coming from down the hall. We went to check on who it was because no one was home aside from my sisters and I, and we were all together. We saw a man in black pointing to my sister's room as if he wanted us to go. We were terrified, so of course we didn't. We stayed put until my parents came home. When they arrived, we told them what happened. They went to check out my sister's room, and there were scratches and crayon marks all over the wall and ceiling. We ended up moving out of the house when my aunt was sleeping with her door locked, and in the middle of her sleep, she heard the voices of 3 different men. When she tried to open her eyes, they were held shut. They choked her and laughed. She tried to scream for help, but she couldn't make a sound. She eventually passed out, and when she woke up, she felt as though she had been beaten. Her door was still locked, and everything was still in place. We thought it was sleep paralysis, as there were no signs of anything that happened. But later on that day, and within the next few days, there were bruises all over her body and around her neck. We couldn't explain what had occurred. So last year I received a doll from my aunt. It was a hand-me-down that she found in storage, so I don't know its origin story. Her name is Alice. First weird note is that I immediately knew her name as soon as I held her for the first time. Anyways, originally Alice sat in my room, but one day while cleaning I put her in my closet. After putting her in my closet, weird stuff started happening. I would hear her in there, usually her knocking against the walls. It was so loud that my friend could usually hear it over the phone. I would get reoccurring dreams of someone named the Medicine Girl. I would often awake from these dreams in sleep paralysis. Other objects and items would go missing randomly, only to be found in places where I had not left them. My grandmother's stuffed bear, that's at least 50 years old, would move across the room and end up in places that I also hadn't left it in. I practiced witchcraft, and the plants on my altar died. All of this stopped when I moved her out of the closet and back into my room. Due to all of this, I believe that she is haunted. However, I can't find anything online about what you're supposed to do with a haunted doll, and I'd like some advice. I believe she's scared of being alone, or doesn't like being hidden, hence everything stopped when I removed her from the closet. The night of October 30th through the morning of the 31st, myself and the group that I belonged to were invited to do a live investigation with the radio station 93Q in Houston at Spaghetti Warehouse. Spaghetti Warehouse is a restaurant known as one of the most haunted places in the country, and definitely the most haunted place in Houston. Even though I knew this, I didn't do any research on the place before I went, so that I wouldn't be influenced by what I might experience. All I knew was that the place had been a pharmaceutical warehouse during the Civil War, and that a manager had died falling down the elevator shaft years ago. I arrived for the overnight around 10:30 p.m. and was locked in until 6 a.m. I started off just exploring the building and getting a sense of it. The restaurant had 2 floors and a basement. While I was exploring and setting up cameras and sound recorders, we heard something large move in the woman's bathroom upstairs. We went in and noticed that the garbage can was out of place. We moved it back to the very exact spot where it had been and left the bathroom. About 5 minutes later, we heard it move again. I went back in and noticed that the garbage can had been moved about a foot from where we had placed it back before. Obviously, I realized that something was going on, so I grabbed one of the DJs and we went in to try to capture EVPs, or electronic voice phenomenon. Basically, unexplained voices or sounds that are too low for the human ear, but able to be picked up by our sound equipment. I placed a camera down and started asking questions to try to get any sort of response or communication. After you've been on a lot of cases, you learn to trust your instincts, and you can almost feel when something is around or not right. It has nothing to do with being psychic, just trusting your intuition when your senses are heightened and on guard. That's exactly what I got. It was the strongest that I've ever felt. It was threatening, and like something was right in my face. I felt many presences before, but nothing truly uncomfortable. I remember staring blankly for a second while not speaking, then saying, "Man, I gotta sit down, I feel so drained," which I did. After about 30 more minutes, we left without noticing much else in the bathroom. About an hour or so passed, and one investigator had his voice recorder move right in front of him, and a few others saw wine glasses shake by themselves. We all witnessed faint shadows move across the windows downstairs where light from the outside would penetrate in. You would just notice darkness block out the light and then move away again. We also heard faint voices throughout the night. The whole place had a very creepy vibe, and you constantly felt like someone was watching you or around you. At about 3 a.m., I decided to take a break and sit at a table upstairs to listen to the audio that I had recorded earlier in the bathroom. Normally, I would have waited until the next day, but because we were with the radio station, they wanted some sort of evidence to broadcast when they went live at 6. But also because I felt so strong about what I had sensed, and I was eager to see if I had caught anything. I sat down and started searching for the spot on the audio where I got the weird feeling, while also keeping an eye out to notice anything unusual going on upstairs. After a few minutes, I found the spot, and sure enough, right after I said, "I need to sit down," there was a faint but clear voice. It said, "Hey, what are you staring at?" This excited me, but it was nothing compared to what I was about to experience. A few seconds later, a sixth sense told me to look up, and when I did, I clearly saw a woman in white, wearing a gown with a bonnet on her head, smoothly walk into the wall. The apparition was about 20 feet away. It only lasted a split second, but it was very clear, and I still remember it like it was yesterday. I didn't tell anyone until later so that I wouldn't influence the other investigators. At about 4 a.m., I started taking pictures of the downstairs area since no one else was around, and I planned to eventually make it down to the basement. The first floor felt calm, but there was one hallway that led to the basement that had a weird vibe to it. You felt watched. Nothing came up on the pictures, so I headed towards the hallway and the basement. The hallway was about 10 feet long, and had a door at the end where light would shine through. As I turned to enter, I saw a shadow, as if it were some sort of being, that completely blocked out the light, and was very large. It was straight ahead of my face and about 5 feet away. Again, it was only for a second, but I clearly, visibly saw a head with shoulders, arms, and a long lower body. I think I scared it as much as it scared me, because it instantly ran toward me and right by me on my left side. Every hair on my body stood up, and my camera completely shut itself off. For the first and only time, I didn't proceed further right away. I was stunned. Actually, I took a step back to collect my thoughts and fix the camera. It wouldn't work until I completely left the area. I figured it was break time, and took about 20 more minutes. Later on, I went down to the basement with another investigator. For the last hour down there, we experienced cold spots and smaller things, but nothing really that unusual. After the radio show, I packed up and left Spaghetti Warehouse drained, tired, freaked out, and with the absolute certainty that there is life after death. It changes you as a person. In the Wicca religion, they say that Halloween is the day when the dead can freely roam our world. I never believed that, and thought it was always psychic BS, but I'll never doubt it again. I was sleeping the other night, and I remember waking up, or rather, so it seemed, yet it still felt like I was dreaming. I was lying in bed and remember sitting up and seeing 3 figures standing in my room with a dimly lit blue light coming from somewhere that illuminated them. I don't remember exactly what they said, or rather he said, 'cause the one in the middle was speaking directly to me. I remember his mouth opening in a very inhuman way with the jaw extending further than it should be able to. Their mouth and eyes were black. Not like solid black, but a smoky type of black, so sort of gray. But you could still recognize teeth and such. I remember them saying something about them coming in a few days, but I don't remember what it was exactly. I then remember passing back out and waking up, actually waking up, and seeing some dark form dart across the room and hover directly over my bed. My bed is in a corner, so it was sitting or hovering between the wall and I, with about a 4-inch gap at the top at the time. I then felt a very, very intense sensation of dread and heaviness throughout my entire fiber and being, and recall feeling this for a few minutes while it was just sitting there with my back turned to it. Then, out of nowhere, a sense of euphoria and great peace came over me. No longer did I fear or dread anything, but rather I felt happy, at peace, loved. I don't really know how to describe it. I remember that thing, whatever it was no longer there. I'm not religious, but I am spiritual in the sense of believing and following my own route when it comes to what happens after human death. I believe in a very unique form of reincarnation, in which the soul, essence, energy, consciousness, whatever you want to refer to it as, travels until it finds a new place to call home, and it could span across the entire universe. That being said, I couldn't help but feel like there was actually an evil presence there with me in my room, and a guardian angel, or some other known source of good energy, cast it out. This happened about 3 years ago, but has really affected how I think about ghosts and the paranormal ever since. When I tell my friends, some of them find it very creepy, while others say they don't believe in any supernatural things, and while it is odd, they feel there must be some other explanation. I took a family vacation, me, my parents, and 2 siblings, over Christmas. All of us were already adults at this time, and while my family is agnostic and holds out judgment for the afterlife, none of us are religious or believe that there is a true afterlife with heaven or hell. That said, my parents thought it would be fun for us to stay at a haunted hotel in Jerome, Arizona on our way to a resort town further down the road. This whole town is supposedly haunted, but especially the hotel, which used to be a mental hospital that has long since been converted. We checked in, and were given 2 of the most supposedly haunted suites because we needed 2 large adjoining rooms for everyone to fit. So far, everything was normal, until we got to the room. My mom and sisters suddenly smelled something they described as putrid in a spot in one of our rooms. I couldn't smell it, so dismissed it and moved on. We took a walk around the town, and I asked a bakery owner about the haunted stories, and she said it's just accepted that sometimes things fly off her shelves at home, but nothing hostile. Here is where the weird stuff starts. We signed up for the nighttime tour of the hotel in a largish group of people, and we were all given electromagnetic readers while we walked around and heard the stories of the mental patients that died there. Halfway through the tour, my dad and sister hear a sound and turn around to see the doorknob of the room next to them shaking and rattling incessantly. I didn't personally see it, so by this time I was getting bored. I always thought it would be cool if ghosts existed, but didn't really believe they can do anything to affect the physical world. I asked my sister to take some Instagram pictures of me in a cool-looking couch in one of the haunted suites, and she took some quick shots. I passed my hand over the table in front of me to pose, when I felt an extremely cold, chilling sensation in my hand and wrist, and told her to stop. When I looked at the photos, I was shocked. I have a series of 3 pictures where you can see that I'm switching around with a startled look on my face, shaking my hand, and there is a white cloud streaking through my hand and wrist in the photos that appears and disappears throughout the 3 frames. Needless to say, I was frightened. I was no longer willing to sleep on my own, so I took to bed with my mom. Yeah, sad, I know. My dad and sister slept a bit and went to walk around in the middle of the night in the boiler room where they said they had felt some weird stuff. I don't remember exactly what happened, but one of them felt a strong chill on their back. Meanwhile, I was sleeping and my mom suddenly woke and slammed her hand on the dresser. She said sorry and went back to sleep. She's never been a sleep mover, but whatever. I slept pretty deeply that night, but I kept being woken up by a super loud, clanking, rattling sound in the halls that sounded like the gurneys being wheeled back and forth. This is not a busy hotel, and in the middle of the desert. In the morning, my mom said she had a dream that there was a little boy and a young nurse talking to him. Then the nurse aged and became mean and scowling, and raised her hand to hit the boy. She said she then heard a voice telling her to hit him herself. This is why she hit the dresser. Keep in mind that this was a mental hospital, and one of the ghosts there is supposed to be a little boy, but no one knows why or how he died. A year or so ago, when I was 19, I was home alone and my dogs were in the backyard. I was on spring break. My younger brother was at his high school. Both of my parents and my uncle that lives with us were working. It was like early afternoon, 12 p.m. when I woke up and went to make my breakfast and stuff. I was watching a YouTube video while eating my scrambled eggs. I don't remember what the video I was watching was about, but I finished eating and went to sit on the couch for like 10 minutes, and then I had the sudden urge to go to the bathroom. I stood up and took my phone with me and started watching another video, closed the door, started doing my business, and at the same time my phone was at max volume. Then, all of a sudden, clear as day, I heard a woman hum outside the door. It sounded like a lullaby. Once again, clear as day, I heard it. It lasted for like 5 to 7 seconds, and I was dumbfounded. I always believed in spirits, ghosts, etc., but I thought logically at first that it could have been the video I was watching. So I rewound it to make sure. But no, that hum did not come from my video. Then I thought it must have been my mom coming home from work early because she does that sometimes. So I called out to her. I stood up, didn't even finish doing my business, opened the door and called out again to my mom, with no answer. I sat back down. I replayed the video a couple more times and once again made sure that that sound did not come from any video or any noise on my phone. So I finished up, flushed, left the bathroom, and looked around the house, checking to see if my mom had arrived and just didn't hear me calling. But she wasn't home. I checked on my 3 dogs, and they were just laying there like nothing had happened. Then I called my mom on the phone and told her what had occurred. She also believes in spirits and said not to worry. I told my brother, and all he said was, "Bruh." Then I told my dad, who is also a believer of spirits, but he takes a more logical view. Like, he makes sure that nothing natural could have caused it, before telling me if the spirit comes back to tell them to go away and ask for the lottery number. I don't remember when this occurred, but I'm pretty sure I was still 19 when it happened. But one night, I was going to bed. Me and my brother share a room. He's been asleep for a while, and I think it was around 1 a.m. You know, that stage when you're about to fall into deep sleep, but you're still aware of your surroundings. Like you can hear things as if you were awake. So right before I fell into that deep sleep, once again clear as day, I heard the same woman's voice. It wasn't my mother's voice, but this time I heard the voice right next to my ear. It was whispering something to me, but I don't recall what it said. But it was perfectly clear, and it was right next to my ear. I instantly woke up and opened my eyes, but there was no one there. I stayed awake probably for another 30 minutes under my sheets before falling back to sleep. I told my brother and my parents the next day of what I had heard, and my mom said that she would see what she could do. Legit, that was the last time that I heard the spirit. So to this day, I'm trying to remember what the spirit whispered. But I just don't know. I don't know if I had sleep paralysis, but this happened almost a year ago. I was sleeping, and then all of a sudden I heard loud bangs. I don't know if it was gunshots or fireworks. I just know it caught me off guard. And then all of a sudden I felt something hit my spine. I couldn't move my legs or arms. I was sleeping on my right side facing my wall next to the window. I kept my eyes closed and I tried moving, fighting whatever was holding me down. Tried kicking. I didn't yell even though I was about to scream so that my parents could come. But then I started to feel my legs again and kept kicking until I had full control back. I kept my eyes closed and fell asleep. I woke up in the morning, wanting to check and make sure that I didn't catch a bullet. But that only happened to me once. All this started when I was in middle school. I was young and stupid and seriously interested in the paranormal. I grew up in a religious home, and I am still religious. I have no explanation for what happened to me. I started experimenting with the paranormal with my friends. We thought it would be really cool to use a Ouija board. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then the board started to move. We asked all the normal stupid questions like, "Who's there?" or "Is anyone here?" It moved really slow and steady. I was sure that my friend was messing with me. I got spooked and we threw out the board. But that is not where this story ends. Moving forward, I started having really weird nightmares. I would consistently wake up at 3 a.m. or not be able to sleep at all. I was basically a zombie throughout my entire day. There was one time when I was at home alone on FaceTime when I heard my mom yell my name. I yelled back and didn't get a response. My friend then reminded me that I was home alone. I immediately checked my whole house and no one was there. She heard the voice too, though, so it couldn't be explained. I continued hearing voices and knocks and was still unable to sleep. There was one time where I was in my room doing homework and someone pulled my hair so hard that my head actually yanked down. I got so spooked that I ran to my dad and told him what had happened. He obviously didn't really believe me. My brother started noticing weird things too, and that's when I got really uncomfortable. He and I were in my room, and I went to the bathroom. When I came out, his face was stone white. He claimed he saw a little girl run past my bedroom door. It couldn't have been me because I used the bathroom connected to my room. We don't have any other siblings. Another time I was on FaceTime again with a separate friend and I had my phone out in front of me when I walked into my bathroom. My friend asked, "What is that behind you?" And as soon as she said that, the lights shut off. I sprinted to my brother's room, and of course, nobody believed me again. The icing on the cake, though, was when I was asleep one night and I woke up suddenly. It was 3 a.m. again, and I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't move. All I could see was a hooded figure in all black staring at me from the corner of my room. I couldn't see its eyes. I just knew that it was looking at me. It began to float toward me, and then pressed all of its weight on my chest. I couldn't talk or move. After silently crying for what felt like forever, I finally croaked out the word Jesus, and it fled from the room through my door. After that incident, I told my mom everything about the Ouija board and the experiences, and she finally believed me. She could see how scared that I truly was and knew that I couldn't be lying. She immediately got to work and blessed me and the house. I haven't had anything that terrifying happen to me since, and I no longer live in that home. When I was young, my family was digging up the backyard about a meter deep, and I found an old rusty skeleton key. Me being a kid, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. It became my favorite toy. Most days I'd play with my Legos, Action Mans, and now my new key in my room. And this is when it started happening. I would have my bedroom door closed, and it would suddenly just open by itself and swing wide, slowly. This went on for months, and I didn't think anything about it really until I asked my mom why she kept opening my door, and she said that she hadn't. So the next time I was playing, I watched the door as it opened and yelled at it to go away. The door slammed shut, and my mom came running from the other side of the house to see what was going on. Fast forward to now, and I've started being able to see them. You know how you look at a light, and you get those wriggly things and spots in your eye? They appear like that, like an implant on my mind, except when you look around, they don't stay on that position on your eye. They stay on that position in space. I've gotten to the point where I don't need to verbally say anything to get rid of them. I just think about a way of getting rid of them, and they disintegrate or disappear. There are some, though, that are more powerful than others and take more effort. I just got finished getting rid of one at my girlfriend's house, and it was probably the hardest one yet. I had to picture the sun swallowing it whole, and watched as a miniature sun appeared in the room next to it and swallowed it as it was screaming. I've never heard sounds from them before, which is part of the reason I'm writing this. I've never told anyone about this. I don't think I'm crazy. I have a pretty normal life. I've never had any mental illnesses, and there's no history of any in my family. I'm wondering if there's anyone else out there seeing these things the same way I do. I'm a single mother of 5 adult sons. When they were teenagers, we lived in a century home, beautiful and large with plenty of room for my brood. I should mention, our house was the house that all their friends congregated to. There were rarely nights on weekends and summers that we had less than 6 occupants. I tell you this to try and make you understand that these stories I'm about to tell are the truth and are corroborated by many people. When we first moved in, everything was nice and quiet for a number of months. Then slowly, activity progressed. My sons and I were all having unexplained happenings. They didn't tell me for almost a year because they didn't want to scare me. My first experience was being woken up at around 3 a.m. At first, I was in a half-wake, half-sleep mode. What woke me was a very loud noise coming from upstairs. It sounded like the boys were rearranging furniture, very heavy furniture. Loud scraping, so loud that I was sure they were scratching the wood floors. I instantly became furious and marched upstairs ready to bust some butts. When I got to the top of the stairs, all was quiet and dark. I started opening bedroom doors only to find all the boys sleeping soundly. I thought, wow, that was a vivid dream. To my chagrin, it happened a couple of months later, and became more and more frequent until it was almost a weekly event. I was speaking about this with my neighbor and she got a funny look on her face. I asked her what was wrong. She said, "I don't want to scare you, but when my sister, who's clairvoyant, was over, she looked up at that window, pointing to one of the boys' rooms, and said, 'She has company.'" I asked her what she saw, and she said she saw a man and a woman in old-timey clothes looking back at her. At some point, I decided I wanted to share my experiences with my sons. When I did, they all broke out with their own stories. Some of them had been touched, some just heard noises or felt their beds being shaken. Here are a few more memorable ones in my mind. We being myself and 7 or 8 teenagers filling up every square inch of the place, were all just visiting and half-watching Family Guy. My youngest decided he was tired and wanted to go up to bed. Away he went, only to return a short time later with pale skin and wide eyes. He said that he had closed his bedroom door and gotten into the top bunk. That's when he heard the door handle turn, heard the door open and shut again, and then felt someone sit on the bottom bunk. He figured it was his brother, and leaned over the bunk and yelled something trying to scare him. He said he froze because there was no one there. He was completely alone, hence the wide eyes and pale skin. He truly looked like he'd seen a ghost. One morning I woke up to find my boys and one of their friends sleeping everywhere in the living room, which was not allowed in our house. I woke up my second eldest and asked what the deal was. He said they couldn't sleep upstairs because something was opening and closing all the doors, all night. He said they'd wake up and prop things in front of the doors to keep them from slamming, only to be awoken up again by the same slamming sound. He said, "Ma, those ghosts keep moving the stuff we put in front of the doors. We decided to sleep down here." I couldn't blame them. There are so many stories, but I'll just tell one more. My oldest subsequently joined the Marine Corps, and on his month-long furlough after his Iraq tour, he had a very creepy encounter. He said he was laying on his stomach and reading from his laptop when he felt something sit on the bed. He said he looked over and saw the indentation of a person sitting there, and said out loud, "F ghosts." A second later, he said he was being pushed into the bed. He spoke in the name of Jesus, and it got off of him. My final straw was on Halloween night. I was at the computer in the dining room, home alone. I felt something behind me. I turned and heard my name being said in an awful and sinister voice, and then the sound of something large falling down my staircase. It was so loud that I thought I'd find a broken dresser at the bottom, but nothing was there. I searched upstairs and outside for the cause of the crash, but nothing. I had my pastors and the elders of my church come bless my property and my home. There's been no strange activity since that day. I no longer live in that house, but one of my sons bought it. The house is still clean. My parents have owned a tavern/restaurant for 14 years in my small town. My father is someone who likes to start new projects and is a well-known person in our town. One day he was contacted by the local realtor to offer my father a private showing of a historical hotel that had been up for sale. This hotel has been around for decades and went from hotel to restaurant to bar with little success. Everyone who had owned it before put it back on the market within a year. The bank had the title now, and the realtor told my father, if you don't plan to buy it and fix it up, they're going to rip it down. A lot of people in the town thought that the only person who could save it was my father, so he bought the hotel. My parents kept the downstairs bar and renovated the upstairs for apartments. This is when odd things started to happen. My father would come home almost every night with the camera footage to show my mom and I. The The footage always showed an empty pool room with small, random orbs floating in the foreground. My father is a believer in the paranormal, but my mother is not, so her and I both chalked it up to bugs and dust. Although I will agree, the way the orbs zigzagged around the room was weird, but it still seemed like nothing. A month goes by and my father comes home early on a Sunday from working down at the hotel. He walked into the house, looking spooked, something my father rarely ever is. He detailed out how he was behind the bar, checking on receipts from the night before, when he heard footsteps approaching from the hallway entrance. We don't open on Sunday, but if someone my dad knew saw his truck in the parking lot, they would just walk in to see him, so he didn't find the footsteps odd at all. Without looking up from his receipts, he called out, "We're not open, but give me a sec." He heard the footsteps enter the bar room and take 6 more steps toward him before stopping. Taking another second to finish going over the last night's shift, he looked up and peered around the wooden support beam, and there was no one. He said he got out of there so fast, he doesn't even remember locking the door behind him. My mom obviously thinks he's crazy, but I am freaked. That place always gave me the creeps, but my father confirming my fears made me want to never step foot in that building again. 2 days ago, my mom had an experience there that sent her out the door faster than my dad. She was in the bar room before opening hours collecting the shift money from the night before. She wasn't there for more than 5 minutes before she started to hear the faint sound of music coming from the entrance hallway. She said she ignored it for a while, assuming it was one of the tenants upstairs. After collecting the money, she went to leave and the music started getting louder. She said it sounded like old waltz music, piano-based, and that it was clear as day. The further she walked down the hall toward the bedrooms, the more prominent the noise became. As she stepped in front of the women's restroom, she said it sounded like someone was in there playing the music on their phone. By this time, my mom was sufficiently freaked out and ran out of rational reasoning behind what it could be. Just as she was about to open the door, she said she heard the water turn on and off twice before she left the building. In the parking lot, she called my dad to come down, certain that someone had been in there with her, but when he came to check it out, no one was there. Now my mom is a believer, and we are both properly terrified of that creepy old hotel. While going through a tough time in my relationship, I decided to move in with my mom for a few months for a break from the chaos. A guy I had met through a mutual friend of ours offered to pick me up in his truck and take us for a drive through the mountain trails behind my mother's house. Bored out of my mind with TV and food, I agreed. He arrived, I got in, we drove to the top of the ridge at the beginning of one of the trails where we stopped to roll up really quick. 5 or 10 minutes later, we were slowly driving along, listening to music, talking, laughing, realizing that we had actually been neighbors years before. The song on the truck radio was changing, and there began a softer song. We could hear the wind blowing quietly through the trees, and all of a sudden there was a whisper. "She's with him," the voice said, extremely clearly. I did not know what to do. I mean, what were they talking about? And even more importantly, who were they? We continued to drive down a trail a bit longer because my guy friend said it would be bad not to show dominance to whatever it was and not to run scared, ever. But it was, in fact, the scariest moment of my life. I should clarify also that this is in the middle of nowhere in the middle of nowhere. My mom has no neighbors for miles. Hunters are allowed on the property, but none were in the area. We shined headlights in the direction of the whisper, and there was nothing. So, for a little background info, I'm a 34-year-old female, my husband is a 35-year-old male, and our two daughters are 9 and 10. We moved into a house built in 1900, back in October of 2014. The following year, in 2015, I had quit my job to stay home with my youngest, then 4, and to be available for school runs for my then 5-year-old who had just started kindergarten. Fast forward about a month into the school year of October 2015. One day after I dropped my kindergartner off at school, I took my youngest for a walk through a very old cemetery around the corner from our house. The cemetery is closed to new graves. Many of the tombstones date back to the late 1700s into the 1800s. The autumn foliage was beautiful. I even took a few pictures. My daughter had never been in a cemetery before and was on cloud 9. She's weird and morbid like me. She was running around inspecting the graves, asking a million questions, and as she sometimes does, she informed me about some of the history about specific graves and the people who were buried. She has a tendency to make up stories about things that she sees that have happened that turn out to be facts later on. I'm not claiming that she's psychic, but she definitely has my bloodline in her. We went home, and within a couple of days, weird things started happening. It started out small, like I would feel as if someone had brushed by me walking or something like that, but no one was there. Whenever I was in the basement doing laundry, I started feeling like someone was watching me. Then I started thinking I heard whispers or commotion coming from areas of the house where no one was at. I was also going through a bit of severe depression at the time, so at first I thought I was just going crazy. Then, one evening, I was sitting on the couch with my husband watching TV, and in the corner of the room we both saw and heard something dark and shadowy fall from the ceiling and slam on the floor. I jumped, he jumped. We both looked at each other, and he got up to check and see what it was. But once again, like all the other incidents so far, nothing was there. It was at that time that I confided in him about the brushes, whispers, and commotion. He then informed me that he had heard things too. Like, he would be upstairs in the shower and thought he heard me come home with the kids, the front door open, and then talking, only to find out that no one was home when he came downstairs. He just didn't think anything of it, so he never said anything. At this point, I realized that it wasn't in my head, and that our house was likely haunted. It is what it is. Then, a few nights later, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, maybe around 3 a.m. I got up because I felt wide awake. So I left my room and went out to the hallway when I suddenly noticed my youngest daughter on the first landing going down the stairs. I called out to her, "What are you doing, baby?" She looked up at me with the most frightened face I have ever seen, and she said, "I heard you calling me downstairs." Chills ran through my entire body, and I told her, "Okay, well, I'm right here. Why don't you come sleep in the bed with me?" She ran back up the stairs. The next morning after I dropped my oldest off at school, I called my mom. Well, I don't know how to put it exactly, but basically a modern-day witch and also familiar with hauntings and such. So she tells me what I need to do, and to come over and get supplies. The whole thing basically consisted of putting crystals behind all the doors in the house, spreading Himalayan salt across doorways, going outside, and also spreading the salt around each corner of the house and blessing it. And then finally, saging the entire house. I'm very familiar with saging, as I've done it before. Everything is going fine until the saging comes. I get a fire-safe ashtray, fill it up with dried sage, light it, and begin the process starting from the upstairs, working my way down. My youngest is with me during this process. I get through the whole house and down to the basement when suddenly the ashtray explodes in my hand. Literally, it exploded. It freaked me out and my daughter. I send her upstairs and I clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the entire time, I feel like someone is watching me. At that point, I immediately called my mom and told her what had happened. She then decided that she would come over and resage the house. We got to talking and trying to figure out what was going on, what caused this sudden haunting after a year of living there. We came to the conclusion that it was likely many factors. The veil is, after all, its thinnest during the month of October, Samhain, which basically means the connection to our world and the supernatural grows stronger during this time. I've always been susceptible to the supernatural since childhood. That's another story. And my depression likely brought out anything that was laying dormant. And that my youngest daughter possibly brought something back with her from our cemetery trip just before all this started happening, or awakened something when she was there. After that, everything calmed down and basically went back to normal. On Halloween that year, just a few days after the saging and whatnot, we were with a group trick-or-treating, and my friend told me to tell everyone about what was going on. The mass consensus was that we should burn the house to the ground, but that was of course just a joke. We did not, and virtually nothing has happened since. My boyfriend at the time and I went to Key West in 2014 for vacation back in my junior year of college. Doing some bar hopping, we went into the main strip's Coyote Ugly bar. I ended up sitting next to this very thin, dark-haired woman. When I asked her if it was alright if I sat there, she turned her head toward me in an incredibly slow manner. She nodded her head up and down, equally slow. I don't think anything of it. My boyfriend and I order a drink, and we're talking amongst ourselves for a minute. I'm facing away from the woman, and I feel her tap on my shoulder. So I turn around, and she's raising her glass to me in cheers. I should explain what she looks like, because it's a lot like what I imagine a demon wearing human skin would look like. Bone thin, sallow, with stringy black hair, sharp cheekbones, and nose. Her eyes were black. I mean huge black pupils that didn't blink. They looked static. She does her cheers and opens her mouth to smile, and her gums are gray. Her teeth are gray and small, and I remember having this overwhelming feeling that she wanted to eat my flesh. I'm in pretty much panic mode at this point and whip my head back toward my boyfriend. He saw this woman too by now, and he grabs me by the arm to get us to move to the back of the room as quickly as possible. I'm basically cowering. I know, super brave. I always loved reading about demons, and possibly faced with one, I'm jello. I turn to start making our way out to the street, and the woman has got her head completely cranked around to stare at me from the bar. I feel her gazing at me as we leave, and I haul ass back to the hotel. She didn't say a single word throughout the entire encounter. I always regretted not asking her to speak. I will say, my boyfriend and I talked about it after and considered the gray teeth and mouth and general craziness possibly due to drugs. But I've seen my fair share of drug addicts. Even had one try to kidnap me. And this was not the same. I think about this episode pretty often, even years later. That feeling of encountering something soulless that wanted to harm me has never diminished. I'm employed as a policeman, and I work the night shift in a tiny little town. The population here barely breaks 1,000. Needless to say, I know the town well enough to be able to tell when something is wrong. Near the center of the town, there's the old school they used before they built the new elementary and high schools. The building is listed as a historical site and can't be demolished, but due to asbestos, renovations would cost the town too much to be worth the work. This school sits within feet of the public library, and behind it sits the town's fairground. It isn't an official fairground, but every year they had bull riding and small shows that they would put on for kids during the summer. With all of those details out of the way, I will explain what happened. I noticed the backlight to the library on, which is not normal since it wasn't on all night, and it isn't a motion light. So I parked on the north side of the old school grounds. I walked through the fence and had to pass the school to get to the library. I would stop every few feet and listen because the gravel was so loud. When I stopped the second or third time, I thought I heard a squeal in the school, like the sound of a door. At first, I didn't think anything of it, since I figured I was hearing things. The town just replaced all the windows on this building, so I thought I wouldn't be able to hear the inside. When I investigated the light and found all the doors locked, I started walking back around to my car. As I passed by the school again, I heard a noise in the building again, and I stopped and listened. And as I shined my light, I noticed a basement window was broken out. So when I walked up to the window, I looked down and in and didn't see anything. I kept walking and I heard the squeal again. It reminded me of those bathroom doors in schools that the hinges always squealed really loud and echoed. When I came around the corner, I saw 2 cats roughhousing in the dirt. They stopped to watch me and then both of them turned and looked at the door. I couldn't see for myself because it was around another corner. One hissed, and they both bolted away from the school, which put me on edge. I know this school is absolutely not in use, nor are there any plans to use this school anytime soon. Also, the local kids and homeless don't come here, ever. It's a landmark the city as a whole really admires, and there hasn't ever been an issue with breaking and entering, at least not for a long time. So when I came around the corner, I saw the door and I walked up to it to see what the cats had run from. I looked for other animals, but that didn't make sense because they looked up as if someone were standing in the window of the door. Not like they would if it were a raccoon or a dog that ran off without me seeing. When I looked in the window with my light, I could see a gigantic Raggedy Ann painted on the wall, and I assumed this was the kindergarten section or something. And then I stepped back from the door getting ready to leave, and I heard whistling. It wasn't really loud, but it was loud enough to make me stop. That little voice in the back of my head was talking now and telling me I was just hearing things, but the dude that likes the dump of fear of the unknown told me to go back to the door. So I went back and listened again, and I know it was whistling. And not like the squeak of an animal or an object from inside. It got louder when I came to the door again, and it had a tune, but I don't know how to describe it. So now thinking someone is in the school, I went around and checked all the doors, including the second floor door that I had to climb the rusty metal stairs that were more like a death trap to see in through. When I couldn't find a way into the school, I checked it all over again, and when I left, I couldn't figure out what it was. The whistling had stopped, and I even hung around outside for a few minutes without my light on, just watching, figuring out if someone was in there. They would eventually need to use a light to get around, or to get back out, but there was nothing after 20 or so minutes. So I got in my car, circled the block, and parked down the way with my lights off to watch for someone to come out at some point. But no one did, and there haven't been any lights on. I know this story seems kind of boring compared to the others, but working nights gets you on edge. And for all the things I know I experienced before, this was in my top 5 bone-chilling moments while on the job. My first paranormal encounter occurred on October 31st of 2009. A week prior to Halloween, we had made plans. We heard rumors that the cemetery above our neighborhood was haunted. Some of the stories sounded legit, others sounded highly exaggerated, so me, my cousin Dustin, William, and Tommy decided to go find out for ourselves on the perfect day, Halloween night. Jason didn't find out until the day we were going up there. We weren't planning on having him go with us because he would always get scared so easily, but he begged and begged to let him come, so we said okay. Halloween night, we had a small campfire at my aunt's house that was in her backyard. After sitting there until 11:30 p.m., we grabbed our flashlights and homemade medkits. We walked from my aunt's backyard up through the woods on a big hill until we reached the cemetery. William and Jason argued for a minute about who was going in which direction to check out which parts of the cemetery. Jason didn't want to go with Tommy because he was worried that Tommy would scare him, as Tommy had a reputation for doing such. My two cousins and I began making our way through the cemetery, and we didn't notice anything until we got near the mausoleum at the top. We started getting chills, and then we started hearing the voice of an elderly man saying, "Get out. I want you out." As we moved forward, the voice became more aggressive. "Get the hell out of here. I want you out." I shined my flashlight around, and standing between a tree and the mausoleum was an old man. The three of us just stood there in shock. He looked to be in his 80s. He had a black suit on, glasses, and he just looked down at us with this angry glare. His mouth wasn't moving, but we kept hearing what we assumed was his voice. The three of us slowly backed up and started walking down to the lower part of the cemetery to meet back up with Jason and Tommy. What we didn't know at the time was that Jason and Tommy were on the other side of the cemetery heading to the upper part of the cemetery to find us. We got midway through, and there was an area in the middle with 3 tall spruce trees, and we saw 4 shadow figures moving back and forth between the trees and the tombstones. It wasn't like they were running, more like gliding, and they would just disappear behind the stones and the trees. By this time we began to hear voices again. We just wanted to get out of there, but we weren't going to leave Tommy and Jason behind. As we were walking, we heard them screaming in pure fear. We immediately started running back up towards the mausoleum, calling out to them, and I started waving my flashlight as we were running. I look up ahead, and I can see them running toward us. When the 5 of us got together, Jason was crying. I asked what happened, and Tommy just kept insisting that he swore he didn't do anything. I look over at Jason and ask him. He was crying so hard he could barely speak. I gave him a quick shake, and he said something grabbed me and pushed me down. Then Tommy said, "We were looking around the mausoleum looking for you guys, and all of a sudden Jason's on the ground kicking and screaming." He proceeded to say that he saw an old man standing at the tree line about 20 feet away, telling them to get out. Jason stood there shaking and crying. I rolled up his sleeve, and we shined our lights and saw a red handprint on his forearm. Dustin said, "Okay, that's it. We're done. Let's get out of here." We started walking down, and we saw the old man standing in the middle of the gravel path, only this time he looked worn down. We immediately ran the other way, and there he stood again, right in front of us, and this time he looked even worse. He slowly pointed at us and said, "Get out, you dirty little shits." I screamed at him that we were leaving, and we hauled ass out of the cemetery, down through the woods, back into my aunt's backyard. We sat on her porch, trying to process what had just happened. It was almost 1 a.m., so we decided to head in for the night. William and I went into my house, and my dad was sitting on the living room couch. He asked where we had been. We told him that we were up in the cemetery, and that it was indeed haunted, and we informed him of everything that we had seen. He, of course, didn't believe us. He told us that we just needed to go and get some rest. We stayed up until 3 a.m. and began even questioning our sanity. I had suspicions that there's more to this world than just us, but William was a complete skeptic. He didn't believe in anything paranormal. Until that night. About a month before I wrote this on here, my dad and I were hanging out, and he brought up that Halloween night, and as we were talking about it, his demeanor changed. He asked, "When you said that the cemetery was haunted and I said that it wasn't, I lied. It is haunted. I know about the old man up there, because both your mother and I saw him when we were kids." I asked if he knew anything else about him, who he was, or why he was there, but he didn't. He said that all he could tell me was that he does not want anyone up there, especially at night. This is a series of events that occurred when I lived on a plot of farmland a couple of years ago. I was pregnant with my daughter, and my boyfriend worked late at night, so I was home alone a lot. Things were okay for a while, but as time went on, it started feeling strange in the house. I always felt like I was being watched while in my bathroom and the hallway right by it. I started feeling uncomfortable around windows at night. I figured I was just scared of being there alone. One of the first strange events happened while my boyfriend and I were in bed. While watching TV, I saw the door handle to our room slowly turn as if someone were about to open the door, but then it turned back. It caught me off guard, and I was trying to get my boyfriend's attention, but it stopped when he finally looked. Things began falling off the surfaces outside where my boyfriend would go to smoke cigarettes. He told me he would feel breathing on his face while in bed. He told me several months after it started happening, thinking that it would freak me out if he told me. He's not the type to jump to it's a ghost conclusion. After I had my daughter, I was even more scared to be in the house by myself. I even began locking myself in our room every single night. One night, I was waiting for him to come home from work. It was around 3 a.m. I heard the door handle jiggle as if someone were about to come in, but then stopped. I figured my boyfriend had to use the bathroom or something. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I called him asking why he didn't come in yet, and he told me that he wasn't even home. My friend came over to hang out with me and my daughter. I was changing her while my friend was in the other room. I heard someone say, "Hello?" And I thought it was my friend, but she said she heard it too, and that it wasn't her. I would get my friend to come pick me and my daughter up frequently when my boyfriend was at work because I was so afraid. One night, I had an overwhelming feeling of danger and had them come get us. I was taking my daughter's car seat out to their car, and it literally felt like someone yanked it down and out of my hands. I didn't drop it. I don't know how to explain it other than to say just that it was yanked or jerked down. I hated being in this house. I can't even explain the feelings that I felt all the time. I was just so terrified, and I'm so happy to be out of there. We moved away 3 years ago. On moving day, my boyfriend told me there were garbage bags at the top of the stairs that were placed in a way that they weren't going to go anywhere. But as he and his brother were loading up the last bit of stuff out the front door, he saw these bags come tumbling from down the stairs. My bland storytelling does my emotions no justice. I've never been so scared just to be in my own house every night. As soon as the sun would set, the whole vibe would shift. I thought I was crazy. I was getting angry and upset far too often over nothing. I honestly dread the idea of ever going through something like that again. I'm a logical person, and I do consider myself a skeptic, even though I know what I saw, and I know that it really happened. Maybe it's just that I tend to be skeptical about most things. I will, as briefly as I can, describe a little history of the house and the changes my family made to it, because I believe that it applies to what I experienced. I'm originally from a small farming town in Washington State. My parents bought a ranch-style house in this town in the early 1980s, and we lived there until early 1993. The house was built in the mid-1950s, and was known as a party house in the 1970s when my parents were in high school. My parents did a lot of work on the house, as it was a little run down when they bought it. There were many holes punched in the walls and doors. The original hardwood floors were in rough shape, and the family room and original master bedroom had disgusting, torn, brown and lime green shag carpeting. The original master bedroom also had wood paneling on the walls. We tore out all the paneling and replaced the horrifying shag carpets with vinyl and new carpeting and renovated the bathrooms. The main change that my parents did to the house was they added a new master bedroom to the back of the house and converted the old master bedroom to a large laundry room / sewing and crafts room for my mom. The new master bedroom was added onto the other side of the master bedroom from the original master bedroom turned laundry room. I include all of this because during college, I mentioned what happened in this house to a friend of mine who was really into the paranormal, and he suggested that the renovations my parents did, in combination with it being a former party house where there had been drug use and possibly violence, had stirred something up. So one side of the house was set up as follows, from front to back. Family room, the new laundry room, the master bathroom, then the new master bedroom at the back. The kitchen was to the right of the family room if you were facing the door to the laundry room, and could be partially seen from the family room. Now to my experiences. The Void Man. I do not know how old I was when I first saw it, or how old I was when I last saw it. I lived in the house until just before my 8th birthday. I was between 5 and 7. That much I do know. I mostly saw it when I was in the family room. It would stand perfectly still in the doorway from the family room to the laundry room. It seemed to be staring at me, but it had no eyes. It was a pitch-black void in the shape of a human. There were no discernible facial or other body features on it. It was a body with a head on top. The outline of the body appeared to be slightly fuzzy or misty. I would say it was over 6 feet tall. I should also mention that no one who lived in the house was that tall. My mom was maybe 5'3", my dad is 5'7", and my brother was a toddler at this time, so it couldn't be me misremembering any of them. I would just stand there and stare back at it. I felt frozen and didn't know what to do or say. I felt like I couldn't speak if I wanted to when it was there. I remember feeling a sinking sensation when I saw it. I have one distinct memory of staring at it in the doorway to the laundry room, and I could see my mom working in the kitchen. She was standing at the stove and could have seen it if she had turned her head to her right. She did not notice it. I named it the Void Man at some point. Staring at it was like staring into a deep void, a void that would swallow me up. I don't remember feeling fear exactly when I saw the full shadow person. It was more that I couldn't feel anything. That was not the case for the other way that I would see it. It would like to peek its head around the door frames at me. It would do it several times in rapid succession. That would terrify me. I think that was its intention. I would usually go running off to my room or to go find my mom. I only ever saw the full body of the Void Man from the family room looking into the laundry room, but it would peek its head out at me from both of the laundry room doors, the one leading into the family room and the one leading into the master bathroom. If my parents ever saw anything, they had never mentioned it, and I have never mentioned it to them. I'm sure that there are those out there that will say, well, you were very young, you must be remembering wrong, or you made it up at some point and then it became real to you over time. I wish this was the case. I really do. But I remember the Void Man very vividly. I know that I saw this thing, whatever it was. We moved out of that house in 1993 and moved into one that we had built. I have never seen anything like what I did in that house ever again, but the experience has followed me my entire life. I have a nervousness about open doors, and what I might see on the other side. I am a sensitive. I have seen and experienced the paranormal since I was little. My experiences range from surprising to scary and can happen anytime. I don't control it. The one thing I can count on, though, is something almost always happens to me around Halloween. I'm sure most people know that Halloween is the time when the veil between the worlds is thinnest. It's not just that day. Sometimes as much as 2 weeks before and after Halloween, the veil is thin enough to severely affect sensitive people like myself. I have a few sensitive friends and know that some can even feel the veil as it thins. Responses to the veil range depending on sensitivity. I have experienced lucid dreaming, vivid dreams, and severe anxiety. I do have anxiety, which I have medication for. Last Halloween, I had a panic attack come out of nowhere. I was shaking and could hardly breathe for no reason. I barely made it back to the car, and I know that it was because of the veil. I don't usually have those attacks since starting my medicine, and I went back to the same mall a few months later and experienced no anxiety. I don't remember everything that happens on Halloween, so the experiences I do remember are usually among the scariest. I'll start with the ones that happened the longest time ago. That Halloween I had a few things happen to me, as expected. I can't remember them, since they didn't really stand out. This experience was more creepy than scary. It was either Halloween night or just after. I couldn't sleep, so I was playing on my phone in the dark. I decided it was time to make myself sleep, so I put my phone down. When I did, I saw a dark, cat-sized shadow jump at my face. I jerked back, thinking that my black cat had jumped up on my bed. I never felt her land on the bed, though. I looked around for her just to realize that she was asleep on the other side of my bed. She would have had to climb over me to lay there from that angle. It took me a while to get to sleep that night. The next one is my sister's experience. It happened either that same year or a little after that. She isn't as sensitive as I am, so her experiences are fewer but stand out more. She was riding home with her boyfriend from the Halloween gathering that they had gone to. It was dark, of course. When he pulled into the driveway to their house, she said that the lights landed on something large that was running on all fours. It was humanoid-shaped. He didn't see it. She told me about it, and I told her it was fine. She was inside, and I told her not to go outside again that night. Last Halloween was my most active one. It was about a week or so before it when I had my panic attack. I also had several lucid dreams, and one very vivid dream that I still cannot convince myself it was just a dream. I also saw much more than ghosts. I have a job that requires me to go to customers' houses to try and make contact with them. That was what I was doing when 2 of these incidents occurred. I can't remember if they happened on the same night or not, but it was just before Halloween. I was on dimly lit back roads in my small town. In my town, most of the back roads are dark, so I was lucky to have some extra light. I rounded a curve and my lights lit up something standing on the other side of a fence. It was a gray mass that seemed almost two-dimensional. The best way to describe it would be almost like the reports of Bigfoot. It was taller than a human, but shaped similarly. It was not Bigfoot, though. It had no definition to it. I believe it belonged to a different place. I drove faster after seeing it, and took a different road back. The next thing that I saw was very similar to the previous creature, except that it flew. I was in my own car. With the way the windshield slants, I only saw it for a moment. It was almost like a pterodactyl, but it was gray and had no definition, just like the other one. I describe it that way for lack of a better way of describing it. Obviously, I don't think we have extinct flying dinosaurs in my small town in Tennessee. These 2 creatures sound absurd, I know, and even I would have a hard time believing someone if they described them to me. My last experience of that Halloween was the most terrifying experience that I have ever had around Halloween. I was pulling into my driveway at night after getting off work. It was late, and everyone else would have gone to bed by then. It was the first time I had seen something like it, and hopefully the last. I understand why my sister was freaked out that time. A large, humanoid creature on all fours was running through the yard. I only saw it for a few seconds, but it was close. It was big, maybe twice the size of our chocolate lab. Once we passed each other, I didn't see it again. Needless to say, I made a mad dash into the house and wouldn't let the dogs out to use the bathroom. So I've been doing some spirit box investigation at the house I share with my fiancé. The last 2 nights we've done this together, we have discovered that there are 4 spirits in our home. Bob is the calmest one. When I mentioned that we spoke to a spirit named Bob in the house, my fiancé's cousin mentioned that Bob is her grandfather who passed. His name is actually Robert, but everyone just called him Bob. Mind you, we share the house with her cousin and uncle. Knowing that Bob isn't a threat, I've gotten the other names of the 3 spirits left. Those being Toby, Eric, and Melissa. The female spirit, I can't say for sure if that's her name. Anytime I've tried to reassure the name, I don't get a response. And whenever I'm about to, it's like something is stopping her. She does indeed like to laugh, as she has done so 3 times in the last 2 days. Anytime I hear from her, she's giving a yes or no answer with occasional other sentences. Toby is, from what I understand, a good spirit, although I've seen him as a dark shadow next to our bathroom, and this was earlier today while I was home alone, with most of the lights out. The main part of this story that I'm getting into now is Eric. So upon using the spirit box, about 20 minutes ago before the post, I had asked multiple questions, but I'm going to get into the more interesting ones. One of the questions I asked after I got his name was if he was a good or an evil spirit. I got no response, and then I asked if he was a good spirit. I get a response this time, and he says yes, very clearly. Since I know that demons can lie and try to trick you of what they really are, I decided to ask if he was lying to me. He responded once more by saying, yeah. I was then able to confirm that he is the one spirit who is demonic. Things started making sense at this point, as clearly today, when I was home alone, when my spirit box was on, I noticed our kitchen chair was knocked over, and I took a picture of it and sent it to my fiancée to show her. It also explained why I always felt uncomfortable and watched in our garage that we rarely enter now. I had asked him about both of these things, even trying to make sure that he wasn't the shadow figure in the hallway leading to our room. He told me that he wasn't, which led me to assume it was Toby. He did reply to me that the garage is where he hides at. Most of the talk that I had with him after was him saying, come, the female spirit as well was trying to convince me to go into our garage. At the time, though it didn't cross my mind that they were mentioning it, I was trying to ask where they want me to go. I didn't get any straightforward response about the question. I was told, leave me alone, or go, on multiple occasions today and tonight. Upon ending my spirit box session, I went to the kitchen to grab something to eat. I ended up feeling some weird sensation on the left side of my collarbone, almost like something had touched me or dug into my skin softly. I went to the restroom to comb my hair and checked my neck and person for any kind of marks. I ended up noticing that there was a fingerprint on my collarbone. It almost looked the size of a young male's hand, or maybe a little older. I wanted to capture a picture, but when I went to do so, the marking was gone. All I know now is that there is something evil here, and there are more spirits than me or my fiancé thought. In 2015, I worked a couple weeks at one of those Halloween stores that are in town for the season. This particular location was in an old Kmart building that had been empty for a number of years. A particular problem for this building was the homeless population breaking in to have a safe place to sleep out of the cold. My first day, I was put in the back area, shuffling stock onto pegs. Being my first day, I hadn't met everyone, so when I saw movement out of my peripheral vision, I didn't pay much attention to it. Way off in the back corner of the building, outside the double doors going into the old stock room, I saw a man. He was very tall, maybe 6'3", Hispanic, with long curly dark hair, a dark complexion, white t-shirt, and blue jeans. I figured it was simply a coworker that I hadn't yet met and didn't think anything of it. A few moments later, I looked up, and the fellow was gone. A shift later, I'm an opener. Our manager tasks a coworker and I with going into the old stock room to look for a cart for stock. We get back there, and a motion-activated light in the hallway on the other side of a swinging door turns on. Then the next. Then the next. My coworker freaks and says, "Oh crap, it's probably another homeless person who broke in. Come on, let's go catch them and make sure the back door is locked." So we chase after the movement. We get into the hall, which has a door on either side, to see no one. But in the next area where the back door is, the light's turned on. We run in there, and a stairwell leads up from this area to the old offices. The lights going up the stairs start turning on like someone is going up, but there is no one there. Not a rat, a moth, or so much as a cockroach to trigger the motion sensors. We double-check the back door, and it is securely chained and locked. My coworker turns white as a sheet and says, "That's it. I am done. We're the hell out of here." A shift or two later, I ended up in the back area again, shuffling stock around. From my peripheral vision, I see the same man again, but this time he's maybe 15 feet away. I pay attention this time, and could make out the detail pretty well. His clothes were dirty, and he wasn't wearing shoes. The guy was just standing there, though, not moving. After a few unnerving moments of seeing him there in my peripheral vision, I look directly at him, and he's no longer there. That's odd, I thought, not connecting the dots. I just shrug it off and continue working. My final shift was on Halloween. I'm sorting merch between carts, putting broken stuff in one cart and resellable stuff in the other. The next thing I know, someone is standing a foot away, directly in front of me. Looking down at the cart between us, I can see him perfectly out of the corner of my eye. I could see the grime on his clothes, I could see his breathing. I knew in that moment if I looked up, he wouldn't be there. I suddenly got irrationally angry, a type of anger I've never felt. I said to him without even thinking, "I know what you are, I know what you're trying to do. I'm not afraid of you. You are not welcome here. By the power of the priesthood, I command you to leave. Now." He growls one guttural growl, and then is gone. No fading out, no puff of wind and smoke, just gone. At my current job, a year or two later, one of my coworkers and good friends is a devout Catholic. I told him about the ghost of the homeless guy in the Kmart building, and he just stands there and stares at me. Do you have any idea what you did and how dangerous it was? You exorcised it. You're not a priest. You should have never been able to do that. You're damn lucky it was just a ghost and not a demon. I never even considered that, nor did I consider my words before I spoke them to the ghost. It was spontaneous, like muscle memory, or like I was being guided. My friend still says I was lucky, and not to do some stupid crap like that again. I was around 7 years old when this encounter happened. I was visiting my aunt and uncle's old house for dinner and a movie at their place. They reside in this town about 1 hour west of the city that I live in. It was around 10 p.m. and the sun had set. Darkness permeated the outdoors. I remember laying down on the couch watching a film, but I was half asleep. Before I intended on sleeping, I felt the urge to go urinate, so I made my way to the hallway leading to the bathroom. This is when things started to get weird. The hallway in the house has 2 doors on the left-hand side, and 2 doors on the right-hand side, followed by the bathroom door, which is straight ahead. The first door on the left was for storage. the second being my aunt and uncle's bedroom. The first door on the right led to the basement, and the second to the guest room. Before I made my way to the bathroom, I had the urge to look inside my aunt and uncle's bedroom, and I was in complete shock at what I saw. There was the silhouette of a slender figure dressed in what appeared to be an all-black dress suit, although it could have been anything, as this figure was darker than the darkness surrounding it. The thing was nearly 7 feet tall, but was not wearing a hat, and I couldn't make out any facial features. There was no way it could have been my family members, as they were all in the living room still watching the movie. As I was standing there in silence, the figure barely budged, and I just went on to do my business. As I left the bathroom, I looked back to see if this figure was there, and sure enough, it was gone. I bolted down the hallway and plowed my face into the pillows in fear. When my family asked why I ran into the couch like that, I mentioned that it was because I saw a ghost or something. They didn't think much of it at the time, thinking that kids, just have their imaginations. But I know what I saw. This happened to me back in 2008 when I was 14, so my memory is a little fuzzy. My mom, brother, and I drove deep into the sticks of Tennessee from Texas to visit. We were only staying for the weekend. My mom, aunt, and grandmother were talking, and I don't know how we got to this conversation, but my aunt was telling me how she heard about this abandoned church that was supposedly haunted. If you went to the church and took the stick that kept the door closed and put it somewhere else, when you came back, it would be in its original place. There was a statue of an angel, and if you shined a light in its eyes at night, they would bleed. She was spending the night at a friend's house, and her friend also had another friend over that she wasn't familiar with. Her 2 friends decided to go out to this church at night, in the early hours of the morning. It was pitch black because it's out in the country. They lay a Ouija board on the truck and start asking questions. Basically, some spirit named John says that he was murdered by a gunshot some year in the early 1800s. I swear in this town there are more dead people than there are alive people. I don't actually know that, but it sure seems like it. The last question that they asked was, "Where are you?" and the planchette flew off the board. They decided they didn't want to look for it. Part of me wonders if it's still at the church and where it would be. So they checked the gravestones nearby and found John. Then they thought that they heard a gunshot and ran back to the truck and went home. I said I wanted to go to the church. She took me, my brother, and my cousin who were the same age. It was about a 45-minute drive to get there, and the road that it was on was empty, nothing but grass. There was no way that you could walk there. Across the street was a field that went on for miles, and on either side of the church was just grass and trees. No streetlights. So when we get there, it's a one-room, white little church. It's surrounded by trees toward the outside of the fence. The fence was black iron, and the opening was big enough for trucks to come through. We saw the creepy angel statue that my aunt had mentioned. We thought it looked like the Reaper. We pull up, and the gate is already open. Immediately, my brother and my cousin, who were in the back seat, were like, "Oh no, we are not going in there." And my aunt was saying, "Why is the gate open? I just don't understand." And I had my hand on the handle, and I looked at the gate, and I knew that something was waiting for me on the other side. I could see, maybe my mind made it up, but I didn't see it with my physical eyes. A ghostly white man with yellow, crooked teeth maliciously smiling at me. So I take my hand off the handle and say, "Okay, I want to go home." So my aunt backed out and went down the road a little bit further, and the closest thing next to us to turn around at, because there were little ditches on the side of the road in case it rains, was another graveyard. Not surprising. We passed by the church, and I wasn't expecting her to stop, but she did to take a photo with a digital camera, and the door was open to the church. We were all freaked out, and I swear I had this feeling like we needed to leave because something was going to chase us. When we got home, the three of us couldn't stop looking at the camera. The thing I remembered the most was that the treetops grew into a face. It looked like a big bald man with a crooked nose and a narrow chin. When my aunt got the picture developed, there were 4 orbs. 1 by the gate, 1 by the door, and 2 by the window. My brother and cousin swore that they had seen green eyes looking out of that window. I didn't sleep that night. I felt like something was hovering over me, waiting for me to fall asleep. I kept praying that nothing would happen. I tried watching TV to shake it off, but damn, there was no shaking it. I didn't sleep until I got back to Texas. That was my last night in Tennessee, and when I went back home, I slept with my light on every night for a while. And while we were there, I could just sense this unbelievable amount of hate from whatever was there. It was so aggressive and ready to attack. That feeling just pierced through you. That's my only experience. I will never doubt that there is a spirit world after that. My aunt sent me the picture, but I tore it up in 2012 because I was afraid that it would bring something bad into the house. When I was 15, I traveled to Europe with my family. We stayed in Ettal, Germany, in a small inn for a few nights. My parents had a double bed on the 2nd floor. My sisters had the double bedroom next to theirs, and I was lucky enough to have a single room all to myself at the far end of the hall. When we went to check into our rooms, as soon as I entered the hallway our rooms were in, I remember almost feeling as though I had walked into a wall of, I'm not sure what to call it, bad energy. I just felt so unnerved and uneasy in that hallway, but I passed it off as an overactive imagination. I slept the first night without any issues, other than just waking up a few times. The next morning at breakfast, one of my sisters mentioned feeling really uncomfortable in the hallway, almost as if the air were crushing her. That unnerved me even more, just knowing that I wasn't the only one who felt weirded out. Plus, she was an adult at the time, so it further cemented into my head that that wing of the hotel was odd. Later that night, I'm sleeping peacefully when at about 2 a.m., I'm woken by something ripping the covers off of me and being jerked about 2 feet toward the end of my bed by my ankle. At first, I thought someone had broken into my room, because when I turned toward what had grabbed me, a huge, looming black shape was visible in the darkness, as if a man were in there with me. I frantically flipped the light on, only to have there been nothing there. The window was locked from the inside. There was no one in the closet or the bathroom, and my room was also still locked from the inside. I stayed up the rest of the night, terrified. The next morning, we were at breakfast, and my sister mentioned that she was also up half the night, because she thought she saw a person silhouetted against the wall of the room, but when she turned on the light, there was no one there. It was just a bizarre and creepy experience. We checked out that day, so I didn't get to experience anything else, but it still freaks me out. I have always been interested in the paranormal and going ghost hunting, as me and my friends called it. This story takes place on an October night in 2005. We had gathered at my dad's house for a party. We lived way out in the country in an old farmhouse. We decided to drive up the road to an old cemetery because one of my friends showed up with a Ouija board. I said we weren't going to use it at my house, but I was game to use it somewhere else. About 6 of us piled into different vehicles and took off. When we got there, we set the Ouija board up on an old concrete barrier that surrounded the entrance of the cemetery. For context, the cemetery was set on a hill surrounded by cow pastures, fields, and trees. Across the road stood an old, white church. There were 2 security lights that lit the church area and the entrance to the cemetery. There was one more security light that lit the field next to the only house for about 2 miles. We all stood in a circle, planchette in the centers, hands all on it. My friend led the seance and asked if there was anything in the cemetery with us. At first nothing happened and we all stood still and quiet. Then the planchette slowly moved toward yes. Immediately we all started accusing each other of moving it, but everyone swore that they didn't. An eerie feeling fell over us as the planchette moved back to the center of the board. About that time, we heard what sounded like wind initially, but began to get closer. It sounded like the footsteps of multiple people running in circles all around us. We were all wide-eyed, looking at each other when someone said, "I'm out." Another person said, "We have to tell it bye or the spirits will follow." The leader of the group spoke to the board and said something along the lines of, "We are saying goodbye to you," and the planchette quickly jerked to no. It was pretty obvious by how shocked we all were that none of us had done that. Mind you, the sound of the footsteps are still surrounding us. The planchette moves to the center and we say bye again. Again, it moves to no, then back to the center. This time we all say it together, my friend's idea, and slowly, agonizingly slowly, moved the planchette to the word goodbye. We were relieved and took off running to the cars, which were parked at the entrance of the cemetery on the side of the road. Me and a buddy jump into my truck, and I hear my friend scream something about not being able to find their keys. She checks the ignition, her pockets. All our friends check the car and their pockets. No keys. Everyone else loads back into the truck, and we speed the 3 miles down the road to my dad's house. My friend searches her purse and pockets for the keys again, and again we couldn't find them anywhere. Eventually, someone takes her home, and she says she'll get her spare and get a ride back to her car in the morning. We were all too scared to go back and look that night. The next day, my friend searches the cemetery and never finds the keys, even in broad daylight. We hadn't walked around a whole lot, and where we used the Ouija board was very close to where we had parked our cars. Me and several friends scoured the entire cemetery over the next week or so and never did find them. My friend said she was 100% positive that they were left in the ignition when she got out of the car. It's where I left mine, and a common practice in the area where I'm from, which, like I said, is pretty rural. This was by far my scariest, but not the only, Ouija board experience that I have. Around 2013, my senior year of high school, my mom, brother, and 2 friends planned a Halloween ghost hunt type deal. We headed out to this park that was notoriously haunted. We even made sure to go at 3 a.m. to get maximum results. One friend brought her camera and got tons of orbs. Not the most solid evidence, but pretty cool regardless. My brother decides to sit on the end of the pier on the lake and do some recordings. He ends up getting the clearest, creepiest EVP I've ever heard in my life. About 2 minutes in, he asks a question. It goes quiet, and you can clearly hear a man's voice yelling out, "Don't shoot," followed by a few seconds of silence, and then an agonized groan. None of us heard this until we played it back in the car. I remember shivers running down my spine, and I started crying because I was so scared of it. I still have the recording, but I only ever show it to people that I trust. That wasn't the only strange thing that happened that night, but it was by far the one that sticks with us all the most. My brother has only listened to it that one time in the car afterward. He refuses to listen to it again. It's been 6 years. I was around 12 years old, and me and my friend were in the mountains. I can't recall the name of the village, but it was situated in the Czech Republic. We were on a hike and stumbled upon an old military station or bunker, just left there after World War II. We went home for flashlights and came back just before the sun was out. We went inside and found that it had like 2 or 3 floors underground, maybe more, with a 40-meter well full of frozen water on the ground floor. We decided to go down and explore. First floor, there was nothing unusual, just some empty concrete spaces. We went another floor down, and I saw some things on the ground that looked like dead rats from a distance. I laughed it off and went to take a closer look. They were bats, about 10 of them, just lying down, dead. They weren't like violently smashed or anything. There was no blood. It was as if they were just sleeping, not even rotten or decaying. I poked one with my foot, and the thing just rolled over. I started to get a little scared, but eager to explore further. My friend was basically halfway up the stairs at this point, nervous laughing, saying, "Yeah, we should really go, I have a bad feeling," or something like that. I was almost pulled to continue exploring. Half of me knew that it didn't feel right, but I ignored my friend and continued on. I was almost there, and I suddenly got sick in my gut. That feeling that's screaming in you, the adrenaline. I took another couple of stairs, shining with my flashlight ahead, and then I saw it. I scanned the whole floor, seeing the stairs that went even further below collapsed, so no getting further down, and as I looked across the room with my flashlight, there was a spot that it could not illuminate. In the middle of that spot, there stood the shadow of a man. The flashlight's beam just couldn't get through the form of it. It ate all of the light. I then realized how cold that it had become. I could see my breath. I was staring, paralyzed, for what seems like minutes, but was probably only a couple of seconds. The shadow got a little closer as I blinked. No need to say, I bolted like I never did before, not even caring if it was behind me or what it was. Just running for my life. I got to the entrance and my friend was looking at me horrified, and I just told him to run while rushing past him. We sprinted for about 5 minutes, then confirmed that yes, we were still alive. When we got home, he told me that he had seen something in the corner as I ran past him, so it wasn't just me. His father told us the next day that a lot of soldiers had died there, and there's even an army museum nearby. So was it the ghost of a soldier or a shadow person? I was 14 at the time of this story. My mom was a pretty hardcore Christian. She went to this church for a long while, and every year they had this drama called Hell Night. It was during the week of Halloween, Halloween being the last night to do it. Basically, it was a drama where a certain made-up character would die and be judged by God and show what their life was like, and on and on. Anywho, my mother played a demon in this, and said she had a certain outfit that she had to wear with white contacts and the whole getup. One day after getting home from school, the house was empty. Or so I thought. Out bursts my mother from her room in the back of our long hallway in her full costume on all fours, crawling toward me like she was legit possessed. I almost shit myself. So Halloween night comes, and I decide to stay home from this night of the drama. It usually lasts until 1 a.m. or longer, and I still had school to worry about. So I'm hanging out at home, ignoring the knocks on the door because I had no candy. Well, I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, and I hear my mother's room door swing wide open. I get off the couch and peek down the hallway, and there she is, on all fours, looking dead at me. But I couldn't see her face because the wig was covering it. As she crawled towards me, in my head I was thinking, nice try, but I'm not falling for this again. But this time, it's a hell of a lot faster, and she makes a hard left down 2 sets of stairs into our finished basement. After that, I didn't hear anything else that night. Mind you, my mother was still at our church, in the middle of doing the drama, and she didn't get home for a couple more hours. Typing this brought back that feeling. I can't explain it, but I know that whatever I saw was not my mother. I worked at Hotel del Coronado, opened in 1888, on overnight shifts very often. We have historic pictures all over the walls of Babe Ruth, Roosevelt, Marilyn Monroe, etc. My overnight manager kept a tiny red notebook next to him every shift. Every strange occurrence that would take place would be noted. We have obnoxious ghost tours with crappy unreal stories going on all the time. But in reality, they could have just asked the night crew for some tales. We would have some items turn on and off, which was normal with old wiring. We would receive creepy phone calls. People would see figures that would disappear and hear things when no one was there. Bellmen would find children's handprints littered all over windows and mirrors when they have not seen a child all day. But one story stuck out from the others. The overnight manager was doing his laps around the halls as he does every night. Some were curved sharp, where you couldn't see what was on the other side. It was around 3 a.m., of course, when a hooded, dark figure darted far ahead across his path. He shouted and scurried quickly. He turned the tight corner to find an empty hallway and a room door. No sign. It was just open. My manager sat, puzzled, thinking of how he had never entered that room and was curious of the layout of it. In hospitality, you must be able to describe every inch of the rooms. He wandered back to his office and scrolled through the room numbers, finally stumbling onto the one from earlier. Then he sat in shock when he discovered the room's snapshots. The first picture in the layout file was of himself on his first day of work. "10 years ago, when I was 14, myself, my cousin, and a friend all had what I can only describe as a demonic experience on Halloween. I wanted to see if anyone else has had anything similar happen or knows what this could have been. So, Halloween 10 years ago, the three of us decided it would be scary to walk through the woods nearby where I lived. I knew my way around well, as I had grown up going there. We were all walking along chatting as we approached the middle of the woods. By a hollowed-out tree, I see a yellowish glow. I stopped where I was, and my cousin and friend also stopped. I just stared at this glow as it got brighter, and they did too. We all glanced at each other with a WTF look on our faces. I'm literally thinking I'm imagining things or something like that, but they both confirmed that they were seeing the same exact thing that I was. In the glow, a young girl appeared. She looked to be about 8 years old and appeared to be dressed in Victorian-era style clothing and had pigtails hanging down on either side of her face. She started off looking quite washed out in color and kinda transparent. She became more of a solid-looking shape, and the glow got brighter. As we're watching this, we're all whispering and confirming that we are indeed seeing it. As the glow in the girl became more prominent, I went from feeling normal and in disbelief to feeling uneasy, then fear and dread, then finally like we needed to get out of there and that our lives were possibly in danger. I can put into words all the feelings I felt, but none of them are good enough, and I've never felt anything like it. I could tell my cousin and friend felt it too. The glowing thing then moved closer to us. There were no footsteps, no sounds, no nothing. It then looked and felt as if it were dashing at us, and it was literally so close in front of us I shouted, "Run!" We all grabbed hands and sprinted past it toward the main road where there was lots of light. We stopped briefly as we turned, and couldn't see anything, and then suddenly it was there again. It was fast, and we could all see this glowing person-like shape rushing toward us. Again, we ran as fast as we could until we could see the main road. I glanced behind, and it wasn't far away at all. I grabbed my cousin and friends again and started pulling them down the steep hill as the main road was at the bottom of it. We stumbled and half fell down this hill, but all managed to keep getting to our feet. I'm sure this was down to pure terror and adrenaline. We got onto the path by the main road and looked up at the woods, and the glow was there, clear as day, at the top of it. It wasn't coming toward us at all anymore. We caught our breath and were ranting about it to each other, all confirming again that we had actually seen and felt what we did. The glow was still at the top of the hill. It was as if there was an invisible boundary that it couldn't cross. We turned away from the woods, and when we looked back, it had moved behind a tree. It was almost as if it stood there watching us, trying to hide. We stood at the bottom of the hill, by the main road, looking at it for about 30 minutes, maybe longer. Eventually it was gone, and I saw a slight glow in the distance of the woods, followed by nothing. We returned about a week later because we all knew what we had seen, but we wanted to check to make sure that there was no possible light that could be shining there. It was literally pitch black. No light was visible, and we retracted our exact steps. It's been about 8 months since this incident. I still remember it clearly. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning. My mom was in the bathroom taking a bath, so we can say that I was the only person in the house with my dog. I was feeling thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and my dog followed. When I turned around after drinking the water, I saw a shadow figure. It was completely opaque, pitch dark, and had a full humanoid form. It ran from the gallery in the room that was parallel to me. At that moment, my dog started barking wildly and ran into the same room. I had a pug, and we all know pugs don't usually bark that much, but at that moment he was barking too much. I froze, wondering what to do, and when I came back to my senses I sprinted, took my dog, and locked myself into a room. Even after locking ourselves in, my dog was still growling. When my mother came out, we checked the whole house, but we couldn't find anyone. 2 months after that incident, my dog died. This was one of the most frightening moments of my life. My best friend at the time, my brother, his friends, and my friend's boyfriend all went to our local abandoned house, which we call the Witch's Circle, to go ghost hunting. Now, this little abandoned house is actually in a national park called Little Basin Creek Reservoir. But there's actually a story behind this house, which I don't know how much of it I believe. It's said that on Halloween night in the 50s, 2 guys brought their girlfriends out for a sacrifice. I've gone to the archives, done tons of research on this, and can't find anything to verify this information. This Halloween, when we went out there, we were clearly the only ones present. Our cars were the only vehicles there. You have to drive right past town a little ways and head out a dirt road to get there, and there's only one spot for parking, so we would be able to see if any others were there. As we start making our walk down the trail to the house, I'm holding my best friend's hand. We walked under a tree while the entire time I'm staring at the house and not paying attention to my surroundings like I should be in a dark wooded area. A small branch from the tree that we're all walking under at the time falls and lands horizontally at my feet. I didn't see this happen, but my friend and my brother did. They stopped me to look before stepping over the severed branch. I should have taken its warning and not kept going, but I did. As we got further along and closer to the house, now it's not a super long walk to the house, maybe 120 feet from the entrance, we all stood talking quietly amongst ourselves, and then we all heard a very high-pitched scream coming from the backyard. We stopped in our tracks, and I ran back towards the cars. I've never been more terrified. Ever. It's a sound that I will never be able to erase from my memory. That high-pitched death shriek. There's no way I can debunk this, as we were the only ones out there and it definitely wasn't the sound of an animal. Especially because it sounded like a human female. I haven't been back there since. About 2 years ago, my Nana brought home a Ouija board that she found at a yard sale. I have always been a true believer in the paranormal, and it's always been one of my peak interests. I have heard or read enough stories and watched enough shows to know not to mess around with a Ouija board, and quite frankly, they kind of freaked me out, so I wanted nothing to do with it. My Nana, on the other hand, doesn't believe in the paranormal whatsoever, and thought it would just be a fun game for myself, my brother, and the oldest of my 2 cousins. I left it on the dining room table for days before she made me put it away. I ended up sliding it under my bed in hopes of just forgetting about it. My brother, 11, and my cousin, 12, bugged me about it constantly because they wanted to play with it and I wouldn't let them. I tried to explain to them that it wasn't just a game, and that it shouldn't be messed with, but they were preteen boys who couldn't help but do things that they shouldn't. One day after I got home from work, the boys were there and I had this sneaking suspicion that they played with it. I looked under my bed and it was there, but I just had this odd feeling. That's when I went downstairs and interrogated them about it. At first, of course, they denied it, but I saw right through them until they finally admitted that they had in fact played with the board. I asked them if they had said goodbye when they were done, and they claimed that they did. My cousin likes to over-exaggerate stories big time, and makes things up to be overly dramatic, so when he told me about a couple of things that supposedly happened, I didn't believe him at all. Also, they were boys who liked to mess with each other, so I assumed that's what was occurring. Anyways, a couple of nights later I got in bed, and as I lay there trying to fall asleep, I got this feeling like I was being watched. I looked over at my closet, which has 2 sliding doors, and I noticed one of the doors is slightly opened, leaving a small space. It creeped me out for some reason, so I turned and faced the other way, trying to ignore everything and just fall asleep. I finally passed out, and the next thing I know, I'm woken up by what felt like someone or something hitting me in the back of the head. I was lying on my back, so the back of my head was fully on my pillow, which made it even weirder. And it wasn't a light hit, either. It scared me so bad. I was shaking. I look around my room and I don't see anything, but then all of a sudden I hear my floor creaking like someone is walking around my bed. After laying there for a good little while, I finally got the courage to get up and grab my phone and book it to my living room. I sat and tried to calm down. I could still feel a tingling, pulsating sensation at the back of my head. I turned on my phone and realized it was 3 in the morning. I called my boyfriend, now husband, with tears streaming down my face from being so freaked out. He didn't pick up, and I swear I called him another 15 to 20 times before I finally gave up. I sat in the chair until my Nana got up around 6. I didn't tell her what had happened, because I knew she wouldn't believe me and would say I was acting stupid. After she got up, I had breakfast and then called my boyfriend again, and he finally answered. He told me he had his phone on silent mode so that he didn't know that I had been calling. I gave him so much crap for this, let me tell you. I told him what had happened and he felt so bad and felt like an idiot. He told me he would have come over in a heartbeat to comfort me and was so apologetic. Later that day, he came over and we took the Ouija board to a junkyard to get rid of it. My husband is the only one in my family that knows what happened, and I didn't experience anything again after I got rid of the Ouija board. So once again, moral of the story, Ouija boards should not be messed with. I hold this Celtic belief, which is that on Halloween night, the veil between our world and the world of the dead is thinner. So I'm pretty spooked on Halloween. This Halloween was pretty messed up for me. Nothing had ever happened on any Halloween before this one. The house I live in right now is not haunted. Everyone feels great in it. So on Halloween night, I took a nap. Weird sleep schedule. The doorbell kept ringing because kids wanted candles and treats. I wasn't alone, so other people were answering. Between two of those waking up for a couple seconds before going back to sleep moments, I had the weirdest experience. I hadn't turned the light off, so I saw it very clearly. It was so bizarre. I saw two little girls entering my room and just running around before disappearing. There are no kids in that house, but I was like, it's just me. Then something else happened at night when I was trying to sleep. I woke up and saw someone next to my bed facing me, entirely encompassed by shadow. I thought at first, oh, it's my boyfriend, but my boyfriend left 2 days before to work. He was pretty far away. So I started to realize that it wasn't him, and I just tried to turn on the light while I was panicking. No one. That happened just before this experience. I saw a shadow walking into my room, and I thought it was my boyfriend again, except it wasn't because he was again not here. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move and everything. I experienced it before, and it's definitely not that. As a kid growing up, I dealt with anger problems and would always let my emotions get the best of me, so my mom would always send me off to these residential programs. However, they weren't all that bad. If you did good, you could go on these what they called passes. It's when if you do good, you can come home for X amount of hours. So I was doing good and already had been on a few of these passes, and I got to come home for 48 hours. It was Halloween and me, my mom, my sister, and a couple of friends got together and went to this haunted house. So when we arrived, there's a line of people who are waiting to enter, and I had to take a leak really bad because I had sat in the car for hours waiting to get there. I walked to the side of the building, and there's nothing but woods literally growing next to the building, like there were tree branches leaning against and on the structure. So as I was taking this long leak, I heard something step on a couple of sticks, and I noticed a dark shadow figure on all fours creeping up toward me. It looked kind of like a human on all fours, but this was definitely not a human. Like I said earlier, I've dealt with a lot of problems during my childhood. I didn't even have a childhood, so I was very different from a lot of people in so many ways. I didn't have a big reaction to it. I just kind of watched it and made sure that I wasn't seeing things. I tried to keep an eye on it and called my friends over to where I was to get a look. They were caught up in a conversation though and weren't paying attention, so I tried to run over to get them and get their attention and then run back to make sure this thing was still there. By the time I got them and ran over to the area, there was nothing. This thing had disappeared without a trace. I couldn't even explain to them what just happened. They didn't pay much attention to me after that. A couple of weeks went by and I just forgot about it and let it be. Back in the winter of 2019, my partner and I had settled into a hotel for a few days before going on vacation elsewhere. I am somewhat sensitive. I've never seen a full-body apparition in reality, and never had any physical paranormal happenings up until this point, either. I've only ever felt feelings in environments. This hotel room was no different. Upon entering the room, I felt a sense of calm when stepping inside. However, there was also a sense of curiosity. I felt as if something was watching my partner and I. Over time, this feeling became more comfortable, to put it lightly. Over the course of the next few days, different feelings became more noticeable by the minute. Most of the feelings consisted of being watched. Eventually, I asked my partner on our second day there, "Hey, do you feel anything off about this room?" To this they responded, "No." Whatever was watching us noticed that I noticed them. That's when the experience turned from lingering to dark. Later that night in bed, I had a normal dream. I don't remember most of it, other than maybe one image of running curiously through a black hall of mirrors. Suddenly, as if I had blinked, I saw the hotel bed, my partner and I, sleeping. We were laying away from each other, but there was a mass between us. A dark mass. It leaned in closer to me, and I felt what can only be described as a light